Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 7 with WaniKani. Minasan, okaeri nasai. 今日は、7日目です。So, we're gonna do a little bit of different thing. I feel like we're gonna squeeze in a WaniKani session before our Monday, I guess, Neverwinter stream, right? Our Neverwinter session. We're in the review sesh now. We might be able to unlock. Yesterday, we might be able to unlock Yama, as long as I don't mess up. Got one radical. I'm very curious. It's an exciting time because now all the radicals are locked out, right? Or like briefly passed, I suppose. Hopefully, I'm gonna at least make sure this doesn't fall down. So curious what happens after that, if something interesting happens. Oh, and also as a teaser, tomorrow we're still gonna squeeze in WaniKani, but WaniKani is gonna go first again tomorrow. I was thinking maybe I go second. I'll think about it then, because I decided, you know what, it's time for me to take a bit of like a financial gamble and an investment. So in the last 2 or 3 days, I've been spending quite some time observing and reading some stuff here and there, trying to glean something from the developer, and I think I've come to a decision on how to find a companion piece for WaniKani. I've been sitting on it for a while, actually. Much like WaniKani, I've been sitting on WaniKani for maybe half of 2024. This one, it's about like the last quarter or thirds of 2024. So it's gonna be exciting because while I've been talking quite a lot about comparing WaniKani's design with Duolingo, right? And these are, for all intents and purposes, very specific use cases for myself personally. And I have to emphasize again that WaniKani, for me personally at the moment, and its intended design, is substituting for a platform of a way that I will be able to review and add to vocabulary and to character recognition. Once I'm not streaming anything, I am practicing. So the stuff that I'm practicing, I feel at this point it's reached enough fundamentals that with the aid and contextual puzzles, like context offered by vocabulary, in increasing vocabulary or reinforced vocabulary, we can solve the other, use our fundamentals to collaboratively expand our like sentence construction and stuff. So we're reaching that state, and my Mandarin is a little bit further ahead in terms of like the fundamental structuring and whatnot. However, it will then enter a series of like vocabulary mining and sentence mining, in the sense of exploring more context so that I can use those contexts to piece the puzzles together, right? It's kind of like having what the puzzle piece represents. Like, for example, if you had a puzzle piece, right? And your fundamentals are these ridges, right? And then what's in here can be a little murky. So if I had more of these puzzle pieces, I can switch out, I can match two puzzle pieces or constantly try to bring two pieces together. And the ones that are closer, these ridges will help explain the structure and grammar and normalization, right? By pure understanding of bouncing off the context. So I'm conservatively and safely going to say, which I'm going to say most of this thing tomorrow for my companion piece. WaniKani fits a lot of things. There are, I forgot to mention this in my summary of day ones of WaniKani. I am in a state of vocabulary discovery now. I can earnestly say conservatively I'm beyond a beginner, right? Maybe early intermediate, intermediate or middle intermediate. Like, the idea is with foundations, I go out to explore. One routine that is very concise and often wonderful for me is an aspect of video gaming. So what I mean by video gaming is I have foundations in video games, right? Like, you have that, pick up a controller, you know what your inputs are, you read the interactions, those are the foundations. However, the content is what you're consuming now, right? You're mining repetitiously and or novelty seeking to expand based on context. And WaniKani is a great way to fill that void in the sense of an emotional parasocial attachment. Like, yes, you can also substitute it with Anki. In fact, that's probably what I'm going to say in the future, where when someone says, oh, well, I don't want to pay for WaniKani, or like, I don't really have an attachment to any form of mnemonics. I find, or like, I have a, if someone says like, yeah, I like making up my own ideas and I think I'm creative enough to do that, I would point you towards Anki a little bit, because Anki has the customization of mnemonics and stuff. There are some bells and whistles in WaniKani. However, you would need to pull up a companion notebook. It's kind of like Duolingo, right? Things that it doesn't do and things that it do have done. You can modify it for sure. I chose this because of people. Not necessarily, like, one of the biggest motivations in day one's choices are people inspire me to do things. And right now it's coming to a foot, because Koichi's content, like the way he's writing mnemonics and the way like it's really weird and stretched out, and then now I'm like bringing in my own thing. That's like playing video games. Sure, you can definitely play a FromSoft game and beat it and say like, yes, I beat it, this is my character. Or you can be like me and I'm like, I'm playing it and say, I wonder why the developer decided to put this landmark here. Well, that's interesting. Let's just brainstorm about how do I feel about this. That's how I play video games. My attachment to the game is not necessarily completely restricted to the, I guess, the quote-unquote objective and subjective observations of myself, right? You can say, oh, objectively this game is so and so, and then subjectively, how do I feel about these observations? That's fair. I know myself kind of well, and sometimes when I think and place myself in the other person's shoes, it helps discover more about myself, because I think about 30 plus years, people can surprise me about myself more than myself surprises myself. I am fairly comfortable in my own skin. So this is kind of the WaniKani experience, right? If I pulled up an Anki deck, yes, you can probably still surmise some of the things that the person made the deck, right? There's some idiosyncrasies, maybe the way they format, the way they I would still end up using Anki in that way to elevate my curiosity. But WaniKani does just a wee bit more, because mnemonics is a form of storytelling. And the story that I'm looking for is Ko's story as a person who clearly wants to invest a large part of their life bringing Japanese to a Western audience, Westernized audience, for in all honesty, outside, like people coming into Eastern language, right? So that's awesome. And sure enough, I'm going to go into this tomorrow about our companion piece. This leaves a void for Mandarin. right? I want something that exudes someone else's personality or creativity in the sense of a package, and I want to support that vision. And it's related to WaniKani, so that's why I'm saying it here. It goes without saying, it's one of those things where like, oh yeah, I could see it. I could see the transition or like the influence and stuff, but they bring their own story. And that's why I love storytelling games, right? Yes, mechanically, which a lot of people make this comment. I was going to save this for the Neverwinter stream, but I brought a couple stories for my Neverwinter stream. To keep it short, WaniKani as a smaller project relatively speaking to like Duolingo and stuff, have inspired someone else who for the last couple years use their inspiration to leap off into a different direction. I'm already seeing some interesting design directions, right? And then those design directions seem to be a lot of times the focus of an introspective person. Someone who says like, oh, well, WaniKani offers 3,000 characters. This offers 2,000 characters. Well, 3,000 is bigger than 2,000. That type of thing. That's well and good. And I think you can probably find a lot of content creators who will industrialize and hammer those things out. For myself, the companion piece to WaniKani, there's a story how I got to tomorrow's companion piece that will inevitably fill the void of my vocabulary mining, and it's not Anki. So for the record, and hats off to all the Anki deck builders, right? The people who make decks. I hope that if you dig deep enough, you go on a forum, you can learn about the deck builder. Personally, I enjoy deck building. Building a video game is building a deck. Language learning with Japanese is building a deck. The deck's up here, right? So if you want a visualization, I would love for someone to convince me that is not the case, that a deck builder and the Anki community views things hyper objectively, which is great for proficiency and performance. However, if they told me that there's a deck that someone imbued their personality, spirit, and let it become flourishingly creative, which, by the way, is a risk that the person making it have to take, because not everyone's going to agree with you, not everyone's going to resonate with you, and that is why I enjoy creative products at their expense. Because for me, you're going to be a winner if you try to be creative with your product. The fundamentals are the fundamentals. If your game slash like a FromSoft game, dodge roll like a FromSoft game, but you tell a story that's yours, it's not a FromSoft game. To me, personally, it's the creativity and charm and the human spirit, the human touch is the, in my opinion, the highest intellectual platform. It might not seem that way, and of course I'm gonna have to concede to those wonderful developers out there that if you tell a wonderful story, oftentimes the hyper objective world that we live in for performance and selfishness, that's normalized, might not be able to appreciate that. But for me, hats off to WaniKani's dev and the devs that they inspire, like tomorrow's dev. It's kind of funny because it's also a two-person party thing, interestingly enough, red enough that I'm like teasing really hard. I think I feel the same way about Ko, and I'm not sure how often Viet posts, but I know Ko is quite verbal over the many years of Tofugu and whatnot. But anyways, thought I mentioned that. It's a really lovely story. If later on during Neverwinter, if I see a little bit of the peeps, I'll probably bring up the story. plenty of stories, right? I wouldn't be sharing my language learning experience if it would be remiss of me, or a great missed opportunity, if I made myself look like any other person using WaniKani or any other person using Anki. If I wanted that, I wouldn't be sharing it, right? Or logically speaking, it would be less compelling to share it. All right. 17 reviews. Wait, you know what? I didn't count the rows in this. 6. Wait, how many are in a row? 6, 9, 12. Okay, so it's 15 per row. So we have 17. Interesting. There's 17. But I see 18 items. Huh. Okay. Alright. Let's pop in on this. Reminder to myself, how did I pepped? I have to remind myself for a sec. How did I pep 7? Oh, I got it confused with cookie. Oh, and I remember what the cookie mnemonic is. The cookie and cucumbers. When you were 9, one of your favorite things are cookies and cucumbers. That's how they related to 9. 7 was... Oh, she cheated. Right. Alright, so let's hop in here. Alright. So we have enter. Right, yeah. She cheated, so she. And now the mnemonics, I'm shortcutting the mnemonics. So as I continue to hear more of the mnemonics that Ko has written, or whoever has written, I'm gonna end up compressing it. So both orally and written, I'm gonna continue to compress and use my shorthand speech. So to keep up with the increasing volume, right? Until it's not manageable, then we come up with a new system to compress and layer, like mentally speaking. Let's see. So I gotta get used to the type as of the print. So we have enter. This is the new TP, right? New. Oh, yes. And got to admit, kanji read. It's Ko in construction. And then we have the ka. No, I'm just kidding. The power. I think we still can go with power. Let's go with industry. Oh no, not power. Wait, let's go with strength. We gotta enter the alternative stuff too. Let's see. 8. We have the meaning, which is 8. 8 fins, right? Or fish with the 8 fins. And then we have industry. Right, industry. 9. 9 is the cookies and cucumbers. When I was 9, right? When 1 is 9. I did quite like cookies and cucumbers. I don't think we necessarily had access to that many. So, so the cross, 10 commandments, right? The 10 jewel crusted cross, right? So Jew. And 2 knees, right? 2 knees. At knee. 8. The hachi. Hachi. The hatch. 10, right? 10 commandments. I was gonna make a comment about, actually it's related to WaniKani. So I've already come here's a criticism that will happen with people who provide mnemonics or stories or write anything creative. From a creative standpoint, like from a developer or someone who proofreads things and write things, being able to negotiate things that are a character criticism, like a personality character criticism, versus like a period generational character criticism versus constructive criticism, right? Like objective, quote unquote, objective construction criticism. Oftentimes to delineate these is very important. So I am, to as full clarity, my criticisms about like if I resonate, if I empathize or not, are neither negative or positive. Usually I try to leverage as much as I can. So if it's very helpful, it's positive. When it's negative, it means I'm lacking experience, which it's not a negative criticism for the developer. It's an curiosity for myself. This is not, in my opinion, the usual case for consumers, especially consumers who are either paying for a subscription because they paid up front. It's exceptionally true about consumers that pay up front for something versus a consumer that is using a freemium product. Although even on the note of freemium products, consumers have expectations. And one of the expectations is that if you're selling a story, which is mnemonics is like a much more compartmentalized version of a story. If you're selling creative aspects, especially story or aesthetics and whatnot, consumers have expectations that they must empathize with it in order to be satisfied. Like we're not talking about everyone. We're talking about the statistical normalized behavior, at least in my opinion, is that it must be empathetic or universally relatable, in the sense of people don't need to learn to relate to it oftentimes now, but they need to relate to it as a generality. So what do I mean by this? I already mentioned this a couple times when we learned the first bulk of the mnemonics. There are going to be times when I say, oh, that's a bit of a stretch. Yeah, like chi. I stopped at chi because this was one of them. The mnemonic was imagine someone you loathe. And my first thought is, then that's when I spent like 30 minutes talking about how I loathe myself most, but it would not get me to chi, right? When I was younger, right? Nowadays, I rarely even, ironically, not only did I have not time to loathe people when I was younger, I rarely expend any of my precious energy loathing someone else. For me, it's counterproductive. Like, if you spend time looming and like glooming over anyone who dislikes you or you dislike them, that's a lot of excess energy. There are ways to address and cope and channel it towards other creative process. So when one becomes very effective at doing that, rarely does it result in loathing people. So this would be somebody on a forum would say, hey, your mnemonic sucks. I can't relate to it. Like, why didn't you choose something else that more people can relate to? And by more people, they mean people like them. Whether it's a lot or small or the majority, it's a generality that happens, right? It's kind of like a journalist who strongly have to rate the story. However, they try to rate it in the terms of its mechanical objectivity, like how long the story is, how interconnected, and then they are journalists who apply an op-ed disclaimer, like, oh, does the story resonate with me? And then they have to exercise their professional courtesy of saying, well, how relatable it is to a larger audience or the target audience, right? You got to frame all this. This would play into mnemonics too, right? I don't find imagining someone I loathe cheating and getting a low score and feeling righteous indignation about it, right? Or like some justice or karma or something. However, I can understand that that may resonate with quite a substantial amount of people. Actually, it might actually be a very apt example for the internet culture. So when you're targeting the internet audience, I think the vast majority of people can kind of relate to that twinge of satisfaction of seeing someone you don't like doing something that technically is bad, and then feel a little karma on it. And that's what I mean, the balance between like my subjectivity and a little over understanding of others, and then how that relates to criticism. For me, it's effective. Not for me. However, I think of constructively, right? I can't relate to this. So how can I take this person's understanding of their mnemonics, like whatever they're portraying, like whatever Ko is writing, and how can I get myself in that mind space so I can add a bit of myself, right? In that way, whatever Ko writes is constructively useful for me, and then I don't inherently feel something negative about it. Like, oh man, I just paid for someone who used an example, etc. It's like, I don't necessarily think that's the case, right? So that's kind of a touchy point, and it's kind of the theme of all my short stories, especially for tomorrow, because this goes into the territory of the / language learner who diminishes someone else's product by saying, oh, it's a cookie cutter thing, you know, there's like 10 of these, and there's 10 of these, they're all the same. And when they say they're all the same or they're all similar, they're basically, to me, and I know combating generalities with another generality, the idea is they prioritize objective metrics. So when they say, oh, like Duolingo is a cookie cutter platform, oh, this is another cookie cutter platform, they're focusing on their objective, which is how proficient and efficacious or the mechanical methods differ from those two. If they don't differ substantially, it's a cookie cutter thing. Basically, it's one person lifting the foundations into another person who's competing with it. That is actually, in my opinion, a logical stepping point on how products improve with mitigating loss. So without competition, if those cookie cutter things don't exist, right, there are no juxtaposition, consistency, or standardizations of which you can improve upon. Instead, you would have things like this, where imagine if WaniKani decides, oh, they will inspire, and then the next person decide, oh, this is what I think WaniKani should be like, and it's nothing like WaniKani, and then they add their own story on top, and then they're saying our product is like WaniKani but better. Then you have apples and oranges. That does not create consistency. It creates novelty, which I really, really like, you know, like the indie scene. However, or generally like the indie scene. However, those individuals, when they say that, it screams to me that that's the population I'm talking about. Whether you add a creative twist to it, write funny stories and funny mnemonics, if they don't hit, then you're a cookie cutter. If they do hit, then you're the unique thing. You're the most unique thing since sliced bread, right? And it's something that I think about all the time, trying to be in the shoes of a developer that might be managing something like Duolingo. For WaniKani, not so much. WaniKani has a very specific target audience, and if Ko can resonate with this target audience, which I think Ko was a language, I don't know how Ko is going about it. However, their mission statement would suggest that almost the entire staff understands this journey. So their journey represents a specific generation, and that generation, all the examples that you'll have is a projection of Ko's understanding of what the generation of Japanese language learners are like, right? And that creates that empathy. You don't necessarily have to think about world opinions and market shares and business PR and whatnot and being topical, right? That's the Duolingo's group's responsibility, right? They are juggling something vastly different, right? And sure enough, I gravitate towards these. So I really like people who are, so mind you, this is a bias because I have been approached like, why don't you use a product that's made by a native Japanese speaker, native born in Japan, and because native Japanese speakers would know what you need to know about speaking Japanese, so the products that they make are authentic and they're the best. Right? I forgot to address this point. The question is, am I Japanese? Do I want to be a Japanese native speaker? Do I resonate with a native Japanese experiences? If they start writing stories and stuff, do they focus on Americanized culture in order to make Japanese culture approachable? The question you have to ask yourself is, if you are looking to be Japanese, to also abandon all your empathy for your own identity and then fully embrace theirs, that's because it's part of you. Like, you want to engross it. That works. It's great. For myself, I like that the WaniKani developers are not that. So that comes with the pros and cons, right? From the outside perspective, it comes with, oh, this is kind of an English speaker thing, and like, oh, when you're using these examples, right? These examples, like, this is more like an American example, like, and so forth, right? And the idea is, I pick products if I'm able to understand the developers, largely due to the nature that I'm looking for specific people, right? People that will help me bridge into another. Like, I'm like the person who's looking for the quote unquote perfect native speaker that also can resonate with them. So if this question has been asked quite a bit, like, have you spoken to a native Japanese person? And my answer is yes, I've spoken at a native Japanese speaker, and a native Japanese speaker has spoken at me. Rarely were we speaking with each other, largely due to the nature that the person that is talking to me is not interested in my culture, and I am the one that's interested in their culture. Like, they just happen to know the mechanical nature of the Japanese language that helps inform me. However, for me, it's not their responsibility to be interested in my culture. I happen to coincidentally want to connect with someone who is mutually interested, because it's culture exchange so much as language exchange. One way to understand all of this is tomorrow, which I'll explain why I chose tomorrow's product as a more or less an investment gamble, because their story is, I could be a sap, I'm a little gullible for these, so people could use the bias against me. I'm a sap for someone who is either diaspora or they are voluntarily engaging in another culture that is not their own, and they share the vision of bridging the cultural gap, as in they believe the culture that they're interested in is beautiful, and they want to bring the people that are from their culture to be interacting with the culture of their target interest. It's very different from someone who comes up to you and find it easy to tell you, hey, you shouldn't learn Japanese from non-native Japanese speakers and people who aren't born in Japan because they don't know what they're talking about. Like, well, clearly you also don't know or care about people who are interested in Japanese culture and language, because you just decided to marginalize them. And guess who's part of that group? Me. So when someone comes up and you're wondering, like, why do I necessarily have a dismissive tone or like skepticism, it's largely because you were able to, in my opinion, it makes it very obvious from deductive reasoning and message that you do not even consider me or respect me as someone of value or valuable competence, because you've already marginalized the group I belong to, as opposed to saying, hey, I like Japanese culture too. You know, that person doesn't even self-acknowledge themselves most of the time that they're learning a language and a culture. Somehow they identify as a group that I can earnestly and honestly tell you, in an Asian country, you are not one of them. Like, technically speaking and spiritually speaking. And I don't think that's a bad or a good thing. It can be a very bad thing if you so desire to be that and you have no control over it, right? Or like you don't feel like you have the last one because you're interacting with other people. So this all feeds back to my thoughts I was going to talk about in Neverwinter again. And tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be, it's the main core topic. So I've been working up on how to be professionally somewhat neutral, but also reveal my biases. I absolutely love when people make products who try to express their interest to bringing and collectively bringing people of different cultures together. It's incredibly beautiful. And if that means not necessarily being native Japanese-like or Native American-like, Native American, like American-like, or ABC, like American-born Chinese, I am biased towards that because that's what I kind of identify as, right? It's kind of hard to shed the skin of being an American-born Chinese when I'm quite literally an American-born Chinese. Hello there, Echo. I'm doing really well. We're squeezing in our WaniKani, since it's a review, before our Neverwinter stream today, our Neverwinter session today. However, I brought a lot of stories for Neverwinter, and I felt that it was far more appropriate to share this about WaniKani. It really does focus on the mnemonics, the thing that separates WaniKani from an Anki deck, right? And I don't think Ko goes out to advertise this. However, Morrow's product does go and advertise this because they have to draw comparisons and apples and oranges and address the whole situation. And I thought the developers, the two developers, especially one of them, is very well down to earth and kind of differentiate this. And it's a topic that I missed to mention. I did not mention this in day one about some of the draws of what I picked. I sort of touched upon it, like why WaniKani. If someone asked, like, why did I personally choose WaniKani, if I had to sum it up, a lot of the major points in day one, people are why I choose WaniKani. And then you know, where does that come from? It's when I keep getting asked, when people say, why do you use Duolingo? Like, why do you start Duolingo? Why do you want to finish Duolingo? People. And that's a large answer. Looking forward to it. I like what you said a few days ago about investing in people behind a product. Yeah, like, hear me out. Invest in an objectively useful product if it's something you need, you know, you consistently need. So like, what I mean is, it's okay to be objective and professional when, say, food safety is involved. Like, there, you gotta be able to discriminate a bottom line, or like your health, your personal health, things that you need, like job consistency and whatnot. However, we're here when we're talking about this type of product, we're choosing to do that. And there's no amount of motivation and you want it to work and like you're going to try harder if you try to get closer to the people involved. Like not that you can literally, because those are interpersonal connections, right? You can use your parasocial relationship that you have, which people are experts at this point at establishing parasocial relationships because you do it all the time on YouTube and content creation. Some people rather write comments and they may or may not ever know that they exist from a YouTuber, from a content creator standpoint, or like a person who makes a product that's really wonderful like WaniKani, and Ko may never know you exist. However, you yourself can leverage that, right? If you get really, you're like, oh man, Ko's such a, I see what you did there, Ko. Like I'm talking to myself technically, a projection of what I think Ko would be resonating with. And what happens is I get more out of his mnemonics because I'm like, oh, okay, you sit around I stopped at Shi because of his mnemonic that he chose. I just sit there, I can imagine my drinking coffee and a hypothetical Ko is on the other end. It's like, who's the girl? That's literally how I'm remembering right now, figuratively and literally in my head. That's how I'm remembering the mnemonic for Shi. I'm just imagine, Ko's at the end. It's like sipping. It's like, Ko, I gotta ask, who is the girl that cheated? And then, what was the 7%? Is this a classmate? You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me her name, but listen. Let's have a talk. Can you give me a little bit more details? Like, what was the exam? And I wanted to ask you, how does someone cheat and still get 7%? Did you ever find out? And then, what I'm expecting is, oh, there was like sort of an example, and then there, like, he might have read a newspaper and like someone else's story, and then I'm invested. Like, and then I'm invested. Like, tell me more. Like, the greatest thing about someone's creative product that has a semblance of themselves is when you get to meet them, right? If you get to interview them, if you bump into them, you legitimately have something to ask them, and they will be interested, and they will know you already love their products. Like an introverted, quote unquote, I'm a little generalizing, an introverted perspective, someone who only cares about themselves and like are not invested in a mutual thing, that's okay. They're very efficient, they're very objective or maybe subjective about themselves. When they go, in my opinion, to bump into them, they're like, oh, I love your stuff. I've already have 3,000 day streak. Like, I live and breathe this. I even make content. Do you want to see my content? That's very different from someone who is both invested in themselves and the product that they like and the people that they like. Because if you bump into them, they would be more like, wait, hold up. Shh. But I need to collect my thoughts. Sorry, I have so many questions about your product. Like, I love this part of it. Can you explain to me why you chose this example? Because like every day I see this example and I'm using this mnemonic every day. I want to know, who is the girl that cheated? And then, you hear the truth and it's like maybe some sobering thing where it's like, oh no, I thought I read some on newspaper or some Reddit post, and like, oh, well, that's interesting. What kind of, like, do you usually collect mnemonics off Reddit posts? Because that would be a great idea. Maybe I should try it. That kind of thing, right? Oh yes, when you're doing all this, we're definitely towards the top of Maslow's pyramid. Yes, the criteria are not the same as when addressing needs at the bottom regarding your examples on food safety. Yeah, exactly. So right now, I stopped here because I couldn't resist talking about this. When you're trying to form, even with your hypothetical deduction of someone, your memory shoots, like, to me, it's almost effortless. However, initially, if you're not used to doing this, there's an input, right? There's an input effort. There's a barrier effort. Creating emotional attachments to things that you create yourself, even if it's an extension of a deduction, is you placing additional weight and effort on it, right? And honestly, those things tend to be the most vivid. Whether it's hypothetical, it's a creative process. You are constructing something out of a deduction. So when you observe something, that is passive. When you start thinking about it, that's getting a little bit more active. And then when you construct something out of it, as in a creative process, then that is a fully activated process. And that improves, in my opinion, likely will improve integration of the memory. So as silly as it sounds, when you complain about something, that's an active process. You are if one is just responding with visceral anger like a jerk reflex, largely passive, maybe a little normalized condition. When you explain why this product sucks, that is a constructive and active process. So when I know humans are weird, we're programmed, we're quote unquote have a high tendency of doing this very effectively. If you complain about a product, if you talk about a product with someone else, you are more likely to remember it, largely due to the nature that when you're explaining it to someone or explaining it to yourself, it's an active, constructive process. And I refuse to forget the mnemonic for this. Yes, so I will not call this kanji ku for a very long time, hopefully. Hopefully, taking into account like human error. Oh, so you did see that I wrote ku instead yesterday. Yeah, I was like, oh no, I got the cucumber and cookies mnemonic confused with the she cheated. Anyways, here we go. Yeah, you got me. You know what I had to say to that? Joe Mama. And Joanne. All right. With all that said, it was great. I'm so pumped. All right. Okay. So now we have the River of Cars, right? The River of Cars. 9 years old, right? 9 years old. I love cookies and cucumber. So we'll just use ku for today. Ku. The car wash, right? That's why the cars were flowing down the river, right? Whoops. Power, for the read, locking Riki, right? Locking Riki up. So we'll use Riki this time. And 2. What was 2? 2 shot 1, but we're more in the idea of what did 2 do other than shoot 1? Oh, 2 is for knees, right? You need support. And support comes with 2 knees. Right, that's right. Oh, don't you dare take a knee. Ichi, right, Ichi, because that pep that you tried to save coughed all over you. I'm honestly, my question for Ko is, what were they imagining? Like, what was the thing that makes you excruciatingly itchy and painful? I'm off. Like, I'm imagining a scene, by the way, from a sci-fi show. Like, what I mean is a very specific scene. Like, many specific scenes. I watch a lot of dystopian sci-fi, largely because it tickles my scientific background. Like, how the portrayal of, like, infectious diseases and pathogenic viruses and whatnot. The most recent I watched was the second season of Sweet Tooth, or third season of Sweet Tooth, and one of it is it's transmitted, it's aerosolized, and one of the symptoms is pinky. Oh, actually, I think it concluded. Now that I think about it, it's a shaking pinky. So not quite itchy, but symptom. Let's see, Ko's beautiful, voluptuous mouth. You know, I'm without a doubt, maybe at the Inktober, when we get to Inktober, which is October, by the way, I'll probably draw Ko. That's got to be one of the prompts, since this is going to be the year of WaniKani and the companion piece. The mnemonics, we're gonna frame all our Inktober prompts around the mnemonics that we've developed, like, over time with other people's inspiration, especially Ko's inspiration. We're gonna draw and envision and try to encapsulate some of the stuff for our artwork. Last year was doing things that related to Chinese and Japanese, like landmarks and culture and spiritualism. Right, because last year was language learning for the two. This year we might end up turning all our mnemonics into Inktober prompts. It's so effective. All right. So Ko, right? Got his voluptuous lips. I wonder if I can write lips actually. Hold up, I don't think I can write lips, right? No. Okay. What was 3? Let's see. Santa-san? Yeah. Don't be naughty. You got 3 chances. Santa-san. Toe in the ground. Toe in the ground. Dig into a ka, right? Ge is the other thing, but they said ge until a little bit later, so that's fine. And big, tie-dye, right? Big guy with a tie-dye shirt who suspiciously sound like Joe with the big toe, who also is a farmhand that is married to Joanne, right? And you know, we're starting to collect our own conspiracy theories. We're spinning our own conspiracy theories about this mystery character, and whether it's wrong or not, we're gonna end up having either 2 Joes or 1 Joe, or 3 Joes. You know, my Joe and then their Joe, and then we're gonna make a JoJo reference. I haven't seen JoJo, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. Maybe I should watch JoJo now. All right. So tie-dye, right? We'll do dye. And then toes above ground, which is strange, right? Strange, but I kind of drew an image, a mental image of a foot sticking out of the ground as the cover to Plant vs. Zombies. Plant vs. Zombies, there's a very characteristic, like, advertisement where you see, like, sunny lawns and, like, sunflowers and stuff, and then when the hands show up, it's the very characteristic zombie, you know, the zombie thing, and all I can imagine is just a foot sticking up with a gigantic toe. Like, all the toes are missing except for the big toe. That's kind of my image of the mnemonic that they were describing. So the toe, right, it's Joe's big toe. So yo. And above, there are quite a lot. We'll stick with above. Yeah, we'll stick with above. Actually, what were the other ones? Like over, up. Fair enough. We'll do above today. And then person. Person. Oh, the person that complained about the gene policy at Nintendo. Which I feel could potentially be Joanne. Because Joanne, since we already know that Joe is a farmhand and moonlights as a painter, I feel Joanne would be very appropriate to be someone who's complaining about the gene policy at Nintendo. That's where I'm putting Joanne at the moment. So, Neen, right? And then a big tie-dye man. Or large. Sure. And we have below. Or under. Right? Underground. This is Joe Mama. It sounds like an insult, but it's not. I'm saying Joe Mama is a woman, you know? Right? Right? It's Joanne. One got shot. I think one is gonna make it out though. One's gonna make it out. It's fine. They're gonna pull through. Yeah, of course we know. What else would it be? Okay. And then something. Oh, whoa. I gotta be careful not to write reads on meanings. Alright, no more reviews. I didn't get Yama. I mean, mounted. What? What? Ko, please. I didn't get. Oh, okay. So today we're not. All right. So for today's session, we're not gonna get mountain. I failed Yama so hard. Oh, I failed mountain so hard. The mountain radical so hard. So hard that I didn't get a chance to get Yama today. Feels bad, man. It's all good. We've already added it to our thing. So how are we? If you hover on a radical or kanji, you will see when it comes out. Oh, really? Let me see. Oh, review in about 2 hours. Oh, okay. Oh, that's because yesterday I came back late. That's right. Yesterday I did it at 8. So it's still gonna hit that. Well, you know, we do it tomorrow. No hurries. Yago, I'm glad you're using WaniKani. Good luck in your journey. Well, thank you. Thank you. I hope your journey is going well as well. The good old WaniKani spirit. I really do enjoy it. So far, you guys are bolstering the statistics, my hidden statistics right now, on individuals who use WaniKani and how they interact. Be part of the statistic. No, I'm kidding, of course. I appreciate the kind words. Arigatou gozaimasu. So on the right hand panel, you should see something on the yeah. So, oh, so I can like click. Wait, today is okay. So that's what the today the wait. How do I read this? So at 1 there's +1. So this is the forecast. Oh, now I know how to read this. I did have a problem reading this, and I thought I would figure it out eventually, but thanks for it. Now that, oh, so it means I have 1 at 8 p.m. local time. Ah, and that 1 is probably Yama or Mountain. Ah, yeah, interesting. Ooh, Saturday is fun. That's so neat. I like this. Thank you for clarifying, by the way. I had a hard time understanding this the last couple of days. I'm like, wait, does this mean that okay, +1 plus, oh, that's so interesting. Okay. We'll learn to brainstorm about how that works later. Let's do our last ritual, right? Our last ritual is man down. Go grab some people with 2 knees. One of them might be Santa-san. If not, jeez, don't get anyone that cheats. How does this work? Go and buy some fish from the hatch? And maybe bring some cookies and cucumber along, you know, for number one's recovery. And yeah, go grab a priest as well, in case the number one doesn't make it. Right? We need some clergymen. All right, so those are all our number units. What else we got? We got some pairs here. Our number one is gonna either be above ground, stay above ground, or below ground, with and without their toes. And maybe, just maybe, a person, maybe, just maybe, a person who happens to be potentially Joe Mama knows something about a big guy who might actually be oh, dang it. I think I've lost my ability. Who might be, what else can I, what? We could say like the person, oh no, I can't create a new thing on the fly. I can't improvise a new thing on the fly. It might be a guy, a big guy with fantastic pair of lips, right? And also works in construction. That happens to be next to the river when they found the cars that were a car that was floating down from the mountainside. I missed a few. What else can we pigeonhole in here? When the person enters the hospital room, right? When they enter the hospital room, is that everything? Did we get everything on a makeshift thing? Let's see. Check, check, check. Check. Check, check. Check. Oh, strength. All right. This guy with the this guy that works in construction is very likely to be strong. Right. Very likely to be strong. Okay. Check, 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 check. Okay. Fun fact, for items in the first 2 levels, review intervals are half of the first 4 stages. Nice. That's a very reasonable approach. Tomorrow's product has some wild customizations. So it's interesting because it really reflects the developer, which I will talk about later, or the impression I get from the 2 developers. Because there's a big contrast between someone who's been in this game like Co and company been in this game for like over a decade, like, or more, because of Tofugu, versus someone who's new to the game, right? You have that, how you say, junior faculty versus senior faculty situation, at least from me anecdotally, when I'm seeing it. And it's wonderful to have two different perspectives on a mechanically foundationally relatable foundation, like the mechanical side. So especially in the beginning, WaniKani allows you to do multiple reviews per day. For example, you took 4 days to complete and another 4 days to complete level 2. Not saying this is good or bad thing to do, by the way. I was just eager to unlock more quickly. Yeah, me too. Me too. Obviously, my eagerness is to do more and more shenanigans. Obviously, this is how I go about things, and having more and more opportunities to make fall off the hinges. Like, I'm not even, like, if you're thinking about it, the way I've made and encompass all of this, I wasn't looking over here, by the way. The moment I looked over is the moment I was looking to see if I cover everything. So this is my mnemonic that I came up with on the spot that relates all the characters, using and piggybacking on the mnemonic that has already established. And most of these can be consistently shuffled around. Like tomorrow, if I were to recap all my line of thought, it'd be a different way. The idea is that there's semblances of context that overlap, but now you're like meandering about, right? That's kind of the idea of having conversation and creating things and blending things and deconstructing and reconstructing. So this is something that I technically do in the beginning of Duolingo and the end of Duolingo. However, it's a lot more mechanical because there's a lot of things to cover. And I imagine this will likely change from your fun fact in the future, largely due to potentially interest of time. WaniKani is not that great if you want to learn many kanji very quickly, because you get a lot of vocabulary as well that also shows up in review. Interesting. Another objective thought, I suppose. You use the word many. I think it will require a reevaluation of that statement. If I want to learn many kanji, right? So you use the word you. Now, I guess the question you might want to ask yourself when you say that is, how many for me is many, right? Oh, and then you have also very and also quickly. So that requires a rate of speed. It would be interesting to know what you consider as quickly. What is the rate as quickly? And what do you know about me? Right. These are the things that would probably be outside of the objective category, but back into the subjective category. But I understand what you mean. It clearly, WaniKani was not fast enough for you. Is probably what I gathered from that commentary. We'll find out. We'll find out if I learn kanji quickly or not. Yeah. Duolingo was pretty interesting. Duolingo was averaging 15 to 60 kanji every 3 days for my schedule. So, yeah, this seems okay. Every 4 or 5 days, I kind of like it so far. All right. And then maybe if it slows down, it means I can do other things. It could also be argued that vocab reinforces the kanji learning process in addition to, yes. Looking at kanji objectively is a great way, I would say. It's an appropriate way to compare the progress with other resources. So, for example, you're probably going to say something about Anki, because Anki is purely personalized. So, when you look at kanji, not connected to anything, right? Not connected to your aspect of mnemonic development, your integration process. If you're strictly talking about someone who's looking at rote memory, rote learning as their basis, or learning raw speed, rote memory, if you got it, if 100% of your rote memory is 1-to-1, anything closer to the unadulterated rote memory, rote learning is probably the fastest. Now, the question is, you're going to have to consider the idea that if they didn't introduce kanji at a rate that you find great, what are you spending your time doing? Now, you could, and I like to gather and deduce from your comment, is that all the other time reviewing is a waste of time, or it does not contribute to your kanji objective, right? Then they no longer have useful value. Like, for example, me doing this does not have a useful value to someone who does not value it, where I would reconstitute the mnemonic, and the pace of this is allowing me to construct and deconstruct my mnemonic over and over again. So when I'm reviewing, am I actually doing the reviewing the same as you are or the other person? The answer, in my opinion, conservatively, is a resounding absolute no. Not even in the neighborhood. In fact, when I review, I construct and deconstruct. So I actively recall and reconstruct my recall. That leaves time for me to do that. So if you choose, right, if it's not great for learning many kanji, then, and you're suggesting that it shows up in review, the answer is, are you doing the same exact thing every time you review? Because then, yeah, it probably feel like you're not making any kanji progress. My first 7 days, not a single day went by that the review was the same, and nor do I talk to Gecko about the same thing every day. So review process also opens up the opportunity to solidify or integrate, so you don't necessarily have to go back and review it later on. Different perspectives to consider. I honestly understand your perspective quite a lot when it comes to kanji objective. If that is the most important priority for you, it's an excellent point, and I probably have no problems believing that you don't think it's great to be introduced in many kanji. In fact, I was that Duolingo user that was fine with not learning more than one kanji every unit for the first 180 days before they decide to switch over and introduce 15 kanji every day after section 3 unit 37, largely because I was working on something else, right? I can definitely both think what your comment is true. At the same time, I would like to introduce the reason why, if you're not getting a lot of kanji, you can do something else with it. If they decided to introduce kanji like mad, then I won't have time to do anything else, right? Like, I won't have time to talk and rant about this right now and find it so fun or something, because you won't have time to think about it. One deep cut that I want to give about this is there are times when you work and hyper focus so much because it's not moderated, that you lose sight of the sentimental value altogether. So what does that look like? The reason why The reason why I would say that is that that's the impression I get from Anki users. Anki users prioritize how quickly they get through their kanji objective. And for myself, I do not develop a lot of pleasure from that. I like spending my time talking to people and, coffee talk. Especially when trying to recall readings for a particular kanji. Once you kind of move past the mnemonic stage for that kanji, it usually helps me to recall vocab items that this kanji appears in. We'll see. I will be interested to see how I end up experiencing it. More on that. We can chat about it in the future, Gecko. No spoil. You get to spoil a little bit about it. Considering your progress on Duolingo, do you think it'll be easier for me progressing in WaniKani? Well, WaniKani and Duolingo don't do the same things, so I can't separate the progress. Much like I can't separate the mnemonics from the rate of kanji introduction. Holistically, whatever I do in Duolingo will help my progress in WaniKani, and whatever I learn in WaniKani will help my progress in Duolingo. Yesterday when I was doing my recall session on my WaniKani, I used the mnemonics when I was recalling specific things in Duolingo. So like I was already making Joe Mama jokes and talking about ko over and over again when I'm using Duolingo. I take a holistic approach most of the time. This might sound cliche. Lots of people describe what I'm describing in their own terms most of the time. Language learning to me is the epitome of amalgamating all of your learning strategies and synthesis together. The more holistic it becomes, like interacting with each other, that's when the neuronal connections are firing at all cylinders. So whatever I learn here is going to help my progress in Duolingo. Whatever I learn in Duolingo is going to help my progress in WaniKani, or it's going to affect the progress. And help meaning it's going to make it more sentimental. Help as in not necessarily make things faster or slower, but more it makes me want to learn more. It keeps me consistent. So the way I'm grouping now, this technique that I'm grouping, it's from Duolingo. Duolingo does not provide contextual relevance to all the terms, and over like a month or two, I compensated, or I integrated a bit of myself. This is called construct, mechanical constructing. And I currently refer to this as a construct for active recall. So I construct a line of thinking and then I recall it. And now WaniKani, with all its additional mnemonics, is providing things to add to the layer of construction. So in the future, I will probably end up going much faster in both cases, since I didn't stop using Duolingo and I don't compartmentalize Duolingo from WaniKani. When you're learning, you're using all of these things at the same time, unless you don't, which then that can be very difficult for me to empathize. I hope it's not quite the answer. The answer would probably say yes. I do think it'll be easier for me to progress in WaniKani considering my Duolingo process. And I think it's also true the other way around. I think that's the most reasonable conservative response I can have. If I'm learning with two different things, it's often the progression is helpful or quote unquote easier on my mental state. Like I'm expending less energy because I'm using more than one tool. If I'm doing more than one thing if I'm reducing the amount of aid, then it becomes harder. And what I mean by easy and harder is generally the expenditure, the input of energy. And the input of energy. When you use more tools, your energy input goes down because the tools are compensating for that thing. Now, when you say, is it easier for me to progress? right? Progression could be measured in how much you learn. Then the answer is no. I would actually learn less if things get easier. However, I'm not going to let that happen. When I have more tools, I have to compensate, as in I have to put in just as much effort. Like I want to meet a effort criteria. So yes, WaniKani provides me with mnemonics. I do not stop making mnemonics on top of WaniKani's mnemonics. If WaniKani is providing me with something, I also need to use it constructively so that I can take advantage of it. I'm not the biggest fan, for myself personally, of passive learning. When you are passively learning, you are, in my opinion, more likely to look at this, and this is your progress. This is all you can learn. And the only thing you can learn is whatever's in these tabs, right? Whatever they say, you're taking wholesale. There's no value beyond what it can elicit. And that is largely the bane of apps. Apps give you the impression that you trust all the things that they offer without an incentive to be creative about it. In fact, I actually think WaniKani and Duolingo, by their design, right, often does not say, hey, have you tried? WaniKani has some things, and Duolingo has some things that encourage creativity, like phrases like picture. Do you see it now? Do you see it now? Picture your most hated person, right? That type of thing, it leads to the reinforcement of the mnemonic. So WaniKani does do that naturally due to Ko's writing, and Duolingo does too. What they do is they offer personas. However, the personas, and like this, both of these are the subjective nature of engaging in the person's effort. So if you do not resonate, right, you don't care about it, then it's gonna miss. If you don't care about the artificial personas of Duolingo, then there's no investment process. And that investment process, in my opinion, is responsible for a lot of progress, consistent progress. And if you don't resonate with, like, maybe like you find whatever code was written is very cringe, that's where I spent the earlier 30 minutes explaining. That's probably not it too. And what I'm saying here is not for everyone. I think purely analytical, objective people will find all of this superfluous. Like, it's extra. Like, you don't need to be emotionally attached to something if you have the rote memory capacity, and you're on a budget, and you need to learn a language by X amount of time. So you have to, since we're strangers and we just met, I'm trying to be as fair as possible to the stating that I don't understand your background or your objectives. It strikes me, like, I'm not trying to presume too much, but it strikes me as a comment that typically is made from an objective standpoint, which is excellent for someone who needs to evaluate a product to meet their needs. For me, this is brilliant. I enjoy it because I'm even slower, actually. I'm probably gonna say, if this slows down, which is what Gecko was trying to concede. Gecko is like, oh yeah, a Gecko likes to get quicker. They're eager to unlock more quickly. And for myself, I think it's a resonating point, but at the same time, I might not be as eager because I like goofing around. And for me, I'm that guy who takes the scenic route. So if life deviates, right, and you got a choice, I might actually take the scenic route. I'm a scenic route kind of person. And then when I come back from the scenic route, I might have this another perspective on it. I come back with stories. Streaming language learning has been a breath of fresh air for self-studying. I get to meet people like you, right, Diago, who have different preferences, and then Gecko. we are kind of similar, but at the same time there are enough nuances between me and Gecko's preferences that we'll talk about for a long time. And then Valentine, right? And then Valentine. Aha no mae wa jo desu. Wait, are you serious? Wait. You're just joking, right? You're just joking, Valentine, right? Right? Sorry if I have to also say that hopefully I didn't hopefully no one is offended by like Joanne being someone's mother. Yo mama though. Yo mama. Hello there, Valentine. Okay, so that's the end of today's session. It went a little longer than I expected, which is the most wonderful time of the year. It's more that I'm not committing quite as much time as you are to this endeavor, and although I have absolutely no objective deadlines, I do wish to see results in your lifetime. I see. So we do have a difference in commitment here as well. I already have results. So we're talking about like goal-oriented versus process-oriented. I'm a little biased, right? I'm heavier in the process-oriented than towards goals. And a comment like that tells me that your goals make precedence on your decision-making, right? As opposed to how much time. If I spend 10 minutes, those are results for me. If I spend 20 minutes, so my commitment, my time is a reflection of the opportunities for emergent experiences. Your construction method is very interesting. I do think of myself as being way less creative. I did begin handwriting kanji. Ooh. Oh, you gotta tell me that. However, which helps you remember. Yes, I love writing kanji. If you, better yet, you know, I know this is a slow process, and it slows you down actually. So it can be an off-putting, Yago. It can be an off-putting experience at first. However, one thing of writing, this is my personal experience. Sometimes when you're going very fast, and you're like, I just gotta hit all these kanji as quick as possible. When you start writing, in my opinion, it slows your thought down, and it helps you focus on something else other than the meaning itself. It's like a, and sound and whatnot, but it integrates with that. And what I mean by that is you start noticing things like, what the heck is this character? And yeah, I'm sure everyone already noticed I write my eights like this, and then you start thinking, and then they actually explained it in WaniKani. They explained why it's written this way, and that type of thing in the long run, it could help you memorize it. So, and I understand the word creative sometimes is like a generality that people don't. People feel maybe a little bit. I feel, hear me out here. I think when someone says they lack creativity, try not to underestimate yourself. In my opinion, like, this is personal. It's more like a encouragement. Like I like when someone says they lack creativity. My whole goal is I'm gonna double down and like try to shove creativity into your mouth because I think you're very creative, right? Because human beings, creativity. And what I mean by that is writing kanji for all intents and purposes, like from a pragmatic standpoint, is now a creative process, right? People start at different places in their creative process. When you start to write, when you don't typically write, that involves a construction process. Like you have to construct how your hand is going to create this thing, and that interaction leads to problem solving and creative thinking, and your memory likely, right? I'm not making guarantees, there's no life hacks here. The idea is you're increasing your holistic approach. You're increasing your holistic approach to interacting with the thing. And for me, I think writing started 30 days in because largely I was, I liked that Duolingo already introduced the writing thing. I'm like, oh yeah, so I'm just going to do this in the beginning and in the end. Which, by the way, this is why I write on screen when I'm talking and drawing arrows and whatnot. I come from a traditional education background, like a formal education background. So most of my talks deal with either a PowerPoint next to a laser pointer, or I have to design graphics so that it points to things as I'm talking, or I'm literally on the board and writing. It's another way to integrate with my memory, and it does slow you down in terms of the raw, right? If you're talking about raw count, yes, I would agree. However, now the raw count involves some other dimension. So I'm not saying that someone who can write and read is greater in value, right? In value than someone who can maybe somewhat write, tiny write through reproduction of their reading abilities. However, the idea is you can get to value in very different perspectives, right? And I would love to hear all the little idiosyncrasies that you've developed while handwriting kanji. Those things are really fun. I'm a collector of stories, or at least I like to become a collector of stories. And one day when someone says, man, do you have any other ideas? Like I have all these ideas. I've tried all these ideas. What is another idea that you can come up with? And oftentimes, honestly, one of the first steps that doesn't cross someone's mind is to write kanji. And you don't have to write kanji for the rest of your life. The idea is it's stimulating your another approach, and that approach could lead back to something. Here's one thing. When you write kanji, when I go and search for a character, like what is the character for big, I actually see myself writing that kanji. Like what I mean is, if I have nothing to go on, like I forgot what the read was, I forgot what the sound was, but I feel like my hand wants to move in this direction. And that's big. So call it untapped potential. It could be a diminished return. I think diminished return is something you want to consider for your own personal motivation, right? I can tell you from my personal experience, about 150 or so people now that I've interacted with in 2024, the vast majority do not write kanji. So they make the argument that it's typing, and that's perfectly reasonable, right? They probably got a lot more kanji in while I was writing the kanji, right? The time I spent writing kanji, I'm extracting something else that does not hold value to the people who choose not to write kanji. And that's all right, right? That's all right. So there you go. I talk about this stuff all the time, but I do have to do a Neverwinter thing. So I'm probably gonna bring most of this commentary and whatnot to Neverwinter. And here's a big deep cut here. Today I played Neverwinter. Neverwinter is a game that most people don't play anymore, and it's like it represents something else, and it's a live service game, and I'm actually learning zero most of the time from it. It's when I'm enjoying something that I've practiced so much that I probably could do most of the things blindfolded. However, with that time, I'm free to think about something that's unrelated. So now a lot of times after I cover the initial Neverwinter stuff, I want to complete the task. However, I utilize my time in a different way. I talk about language learning. In fact, when I walk around and explore Neverwinter again, I'm literally asking myself, what the heck is a sword in Japanese? Or like, how would you express a halfling to a Japanese person? Ban hito? Ban no hito? Half ling? You know, like half nin? Ning? Nin? You know, half nin? Or han, sorry, han. I'm using Chinese now. So han, right? Han hito? Han no hito? Anyways, those are the things that I think about now. And it's every part of my life. So if you want to keep Japanese near to dear to heart and you don't have a friend to speak, you can integrate most of the things you learn into your life and be creative about it. I sound like a broken record. You are very creative. Actually, oftentimes I don't try to gaslight people, or I try to be apprehensive and conservative about being presumptuous about other people. The one thing I understand about the human condition is that humans are creative beings. Otherwise, ChatGPT is going to replace you. I'm kidding. Sorry. I had to make a topical argument. Do not try not to underestimate how creative you can be. I think that's a human condition that 99.9% of the time when you're doing something voluntarily is remarkably positive. It's a positive experience. Like, it's rarely a negative experience, even with depression, right? Or chronic problems. Chronic depression, what is a creative process that is inherently positive even in that dark situation? Music, art, writing. So don't underestimate your creativity. Sorry, now I sound like a motivational speaker. Sometimes you just gotta kick the kids in the butt and say, get that nonsense out of your head. As far as I know, you're a human being. I love to do that when walking the street or driving. Yes, having attempts at imaginary conversations. Yeah. Like, sometimes I even ask myself, oh, dude, when I walk outside, there's so many keys around, right? And I'm like saying, wait, there's so many keys around. And I look in my pockets like, can I make a joke about keys and trees? Because when you go out and you're like, oh, that's a key, right? That's a key. It's like, all right, we're done with this. Let's get a little bit more creative. Let's try to see if I can say a word pun in Japanese. Not that it's accurate or anything. The idea is, so kage, kage. How do I relate kage to key in a joke? That's what I was thinking about. No cap. I go out on a run. I go out to run the first thing I do is I get up and I go out for a run. And if you see the same thing over and over again, the last thing you want to happen is that experience becomes incredibly boring, mundane, mediocrity. You become less and less interested. So what can I bring to the table? Well, I've been learning Japanese for almost a year now. We gotta do something about it. And then, you know, I brought Japanese in and like, okay, well, I know this stuff now. How do I make it so that I remember other things other than ki? Oh, ki sounds like ki, which is kage. So now, like, maybe later down the road during Inktober, when someone sees me draw a tree, like this, you'll know exactly what I mean. And if they don't know, someone's going to ask me, can you explain why you drew a tree like this? Do I got a story for you? And this is my mnemonic for how to remember ki being ki while it's kage. Oh no, kage, yeah. You know? That kind of thing. I don't even know if it's kage. Is it kage? No, it's not. Wait, is it? It's not kage. That's shadow. Kagi, sorry, Kagi. Kagi. Maybe, well, now that I made that error, I'm gonna draw. You know, eventually I'm gonna have to put a shadow on here, right? So this is Kage. Right? We have Kage, Kagi, and Ki. And then now we can also draw it using the characters. So how do we get E into here? I could make the leaves like this. This is like, if you think this is crappy art, good, because I know you could do this too. Right? If you say you're not creative, you're not artistic, I'm sure you are. Please believe me. And then, you know, I've already drawn the key, but we can add more shadows, you know, like we can do undertones here to give it a little layer. I would probably use a different color, but you know, you could add some undertones. And then we would need highlights, which I can't do here, but that's kind of the idea. So mnemonics, get creative. And one day you're going to be like, wait, I can't unhear this now. What the heck, right? Like maybe in another 3 months or so, I'm gonna ask Gecko. You remember when I was making a comment about Kage, Kagi, and Ki? Like, guess what it is now? And it's gonna be something different. It's probably gonna have like 3 to 4 more terms or something in it, and I might be able to explain it in Japanese. You just don't know. So, and this seems so wild. You're like, how are these things related? Let me explain. Right? That kind of thing. And I'm trying to figure out how Ko is doing this, right? And it's a mystery. It's a mystery novel. I'm actually more interested in Ko's representation of their mnemonics than the kanji itself. That's fun and thematic as trees do keep growing. Oh, true. Oh man, you could make a like, yeah. Wow. We could add like, we could even literally add grow. Actually, I don't know what grow is. What is the Japanese to grow? Oh, kairu. Oh, to sprout. Oh, interesting. Or I think I remember cultivate. Hayasu. Yeah, hayasu. And then there was something else. There was another one in Shashinko that dealt with like fruits and vegetables. Oh, here it is. Oitatsu. Oitatsu. Interesting. There you have it, folks. Smile, creative. It could be cringy. If you're worried about someone being upset or like think your thing is not creative, I'm not that kind of person. So if you have stories and stuff, give me them. You know, like invest in yourself and find interest in what you're doing, and then tell someone who is interested. You can probably find them. If not, I'm okay. Like, you'll know where to find me. Share it. You should make those drawings for every new mining, send them to Tofugu to incorporate. Hear me out here. They are more than welcome. However, I think they also have pretty awesome artists and concept writers on Tofugu. I really like how Tofugu did their like beginner PDF or the kana, and one of them did actually have this particular key in mind. Actually, they use this key analogy for a lot of their grammar stuff too. So it's pretty cool. And maybe one day we could do like some interesting things. In October, when I'm drawing, I only draw in the month of October, and it's called Inktober. So this year I will be drawing these mnemonics. So my theme for this year, because I'm going to start WaniKani and tomorrow's special Chinese companion, we're going to collect as many mnemonics as we can, and we're going to make an attempt in drawing. And the drawings will be, I'm not even sure what kind of theme we're going to do. I have drawn quite a bit now. This will be the 5th year that we're doing Inktober. And to give you an idea of what Inktober is, you get a prompt. It's like a one-word prompt, right? It's a one-word prompt. It could be like navigation. And then you're supposed to draw something about navigation. And it's one every single day. That's what I do for Halloween. When people are doing Halloween, I draw a prompt every single day. And we have this collection. It's available. You could see me do start to finish, like conceptual, conception to the finish. And it sucked at first. I'm gonna tell you, like, it's tough, it's exhausting. My mind is racing, but my body was, exhausted, that kind of thing. However, it's totally a wonderful thing. Draw these things for yourself. This is kanji. In my opinion, this is kanji. So it goes without saying, my favorite part oftentimes is this aspect of ideogrammic language, right? I was illiterate in any form of ideogrammic language before I started Japanese. And now we're about, I'm going to say 1500. Oh no, it's more like 1800 between Chinese and Japanese. And then we're going to say about 800 to 900 unique in Chinese, and then 550 in Japanese. So this is a fun story. When someone Yomama no ko ni or kuchi ni irimashita. What the? Or hairi. Wait, I guess it would be hairimashita, right? For entering in intransitively, or cucumbers. Cucumbers were involved too. I apologize. I think I should go to bed. Okay. All right. All right. I'll let you guys hit the sack and go about doing your thing. I'm gonna switch gears now, but thank you for that. Oh my gosh, Joe Mama. You probably say hairimashita too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Man, Joe Mama no kuchi ni hairimashita. Oh my god. All right. Okay. All right. You guys were wonderful. Thank you again for stimulating my talk. And come back, you know, challenge me or do something, you know, share your challenges, your thoughts. If they're well thought out, right? We will like people benefit together when you're investing in discussion. I understand that this is not very possible most of the time, right? If you're watching YouTube, you can't really interact with someone. And then if a content like a streamer has a bunch of people spamming all the time, like they're very popular and stuff, you can't have that. For the moment, though, we can, or at least I'm able to, and I certainly wouldn't trade it, right? For now, at the moment. If something changes, we'll step up, right? Step up to the moment. Anyways, thank you. We're ending our WaniKani session today. There you have it, folks. Wonderful. You're leaving now, but very nice. Yes, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Hajime mashita. Hajime mashita. Right. Oh, not hajime mashita. Oh, wait, it is. Oh, yoroshiku. Sorry, yoroshiku. Hajime. Yoroshiku. Yoroshiku. And hopefully good luck with everything. Well, on that fun note, yes, yoroshiku onegai. Is that how you onegai shimasu? Stay. Okay. All right, folks. Mata ne. Ja ne. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. And I'm gonna quickly switch gears here. Give me a moment. Where are you? All right, folks. Welcome back. We are entering the 8th week. It is reset day again. Monday. Business as usual. Neverwinter modules has a refresher after week 4 and sometimes like week 5, maybe. Week 6, sorry. The milestones are more or less the same. It opens up your currency rotations, right? Things that you can keep on doing to hoard currency from a week to week basis, and maybe like some accessibility stuff like retroactive currency related things or boon points at this point. So we're gonna head on in. Basically, these days, everything past week 4 is something I would routinely do with also completing the weekly haul. This is a chill state, we're in a chill state. I do this as a mental exercise. It's like breathing and going for a run. Earlier today we did it a little bit different. We had a session that of 2025 project that I started, and more or less it's gonna bleed into this. Lots of my comments and my stories. I brought a few more stories. It deals with like consuming content on the internet. More on that later if I find the opportunity. Right, so we're gonna hop in. We're gonna do our weeklies. Maybe catch a dungeon run. We are a little bit late, so by I think this is our every other week, so I think we are gonna have our activities filled. So let's get to it. Let's see. We did do one. I don't actually know if we needed to turn that one in. That's 5. 5, we get 80 from this guy, right? So these are the 4. We get 80. So we're at 85. Oh, I don't think we needed to turn that in actually. That's fine. Because our activity. Let's get our activity. Our activity. What is it at? It's hijinks, right? It's at 50%. Oh yeah, we didn't need to turn that in. That's okay. It's all good. All right, so we're gonna head. Whoops. The hollows first, right? Good old chill stream. I'm very hype. Usually, it's the start of the day. It's a little different. We have 2 weeks left, right? Week 9 and week 10, it'll mark the conclusion of. So what is this called? So above, thus then below, or man, you would think I know by now. It's as above, so below. Good old English. Yeah. I'll chill for a little moment. We'll go through our routine here before I might meander on my short story or my anecdotal story. Something I brought. That's typically what I do most of the time. I don't know how other people go about enjoying their live service games, or for example, this sounds crazily different. Generally speaking, when I think of activity that I can do, right, while also having the flexibility of looking at something, accumulating something, you could envision someone getting a beer, turning on an episode of The Office. This is effectively what I do instead, right? In moderation. These are special occasions, right? Once a week because of the new module. They're a little bit longer. However, usually I would hop on 15-minute random trial queue, and then maybe 20 to 30-minute dungeon queue, and your logins and stuff, and we wait for the next module, more or less. It's been quite a healthy relationship with this game, if you will, right, in moderation. And I get to share some of my thoughts while I'm doing this, or at least share some of the thoughts with myself and or others who are interested. Usually it kinda is tangentially related to what's going on, what I'm doing nowadays. I as a personal history, that's what World of Warcraft, like MMOs, meant to me. I was part of the OG gang, you know, in the infancy of these type of games. They were platforms for communication and hangout. So I still remember fondly the times when oh, what am I gonna do when I get home or get to the dorm with from class? I think, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna hop on World of Warcraft, and then while we're grinding out, quote unquote, grinding out, basically drinking our cup of coffee or our Coke. It's kind of unfortunate that that type of analogy, it doesn't age very well because, you know, chronic consumption of energy drinks and whatnot. However, you know, the idea is that I hop on, we grind out some stuff, but we're really chatting with each other, right? We're really chatting with each other. And that is something that's nostalgic about these things. I don't have any friends like that anymore, per se. We find time to chat with each other. However, not in the video game sense. They're professional people who don't necessarily have time to invest in the manner or pass time in a manner that is similar to me. However, they're still my best friends, and I would trust them with pretty much anything in the world. And that's I always wanted to play World of Warcraft when you were young, but I couldn't do the monthly fee, or rather my parents didn't want to. Yeah, I did the World of Warcraft. I was in college already, Valentine. And it was actually a well, sort of a friend, not a friend anymore. However, someone said like, oh yeah, they met the significant other on World of Warcraft and stuff like that, and then little turned into, hey, let's play World of Warcraft. It's kind of like the Roblox of today, right? If you're really this is the topical relevance, the generational gap. If you're a little bit younger than me, not that much, and you're hopping on Minecraft just to hang out with friends, and then if you're much younger than those people and you're hopping on Roblox and you're hanging out with friends, that's very similar. However, there is a difference in communication. So generationally, why does that sound so generationally? Generationally? Oh, generationally, right? People use it in order to, oh, dang it. People use it in that way, in my opinion. And the context and that environment is no longer similar, right? The way the conversation happens, they share different things. And I haven't been attached to Roblox or Minecraft or whatnot, so it is something that I ask with other people, like younger people when they talk about Roblox and stuff, and I genuinely like to ask them like, hey, what do you do in Roblox nowadays? What do you talk about? And as a personal anecdote, in World of Warcraft, we actually talk about business, the weather, our career, bills, insurance, living alone. Like they're, you know, like family stuff. So that's kind of a generational idiosyncrasy difference. But the function of a platform and video games, especially multiplayer games like this, where you sit around, you chill and meander, as opposed to your competitive multiplayer games. That's why I play these games. Right? It's actually hilarious you say that, because I did play Roblox, and you did meet your ex SO there. So she lived over 1,000 miles away in Sakachu. Oh wait, how do you pronounce that? It's a Native American name. I don't know. You did meet several times, I see. And I haven't logged into it for maybe 3 or 4 years now, but your Roblox account is now older than a lot of players on it. Yeah, 2008. Yeah, exactly. I have no Saskatchewan. I'm like pronouncing it in an American pronunciation, but I have no idea how to pronounce those type of names. You can give me the English stuff. It's basically Canadian Nebraska. Yeah. I live in a, we already talked about it. I live in a state where you have to say things like name Native American features and whatnot, so I can totally understand. Yesterday we were talking about appellation, right? How the regional differences in how to say appellation, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. English. It's so you played Roblox. You were part of the Roblox generation, huh? Or you were able to overlap with the Roblox generation. I did get into Roblox. I did actually touched Roblox. I also did Minecraft. Like literally I have done it. Although it was because someone else was very enthusiastic. However, they didn't remain enthusiastic, so it fell by the wayside. Like most things, my passion tends to reflect the person who initially brought me onto it. So if I'm no longer acquainted with them, they become stories that I use in order to reach someone who has experience with it. But no more than that, of course. Roblox today is so far removed from what it once was, I was hardly recognize it. I know that sounds sort of weird given it's a platform, right? It's not the Roblox itself, it's a game. Yeah. The generational shifts, right? World of Warcraft is not that anymore as well. And without saying too much, it's kind of very startling in a sense that you still know who the Warcraft OGs are, because they also represent the first wave of live streamers and YouTube content creators, right? And you can see them, they go back for the nostalgia. However, it's a new generation occupies World of Warcraft, right? Outside that vastly outnumbers the representation of what it was before as a platform. And that's change, cultural change, generational change. It's humbling in a weird way, and at the same time we still have our memories and our platforms of today. So what are my platforms of today? Neverwinter is sufficient for now. What was my platform of today? A language learning app. See what I did there, Valentine? So, we meander to different types of platforms in order to adjust, right? Evolve and change, if you will. And maybe not for our preferences, but certainly for other preferences. The games are made by the users, hence it's being being a platform to you, but it really did evolve and change so much that it's unrecognizable. Yeah. You might not view World of Warcraft as a platform, but games themselves are created within World of Warcraft. And those games are not games that are using the game structure, but the emergent property of the players, right? For example, what made Warcraft addictive is not necessarily the design of Warcraft itself, but the users who made it into an addictive property. The internal competition between first clearing a boss is a game that was made using World of Warcraft's platform. That led to the celebration and competition design that came after. Many of the emergent properties of MMOs exist now because the games were created by the users who used a platform, in my opinion. It spawned from that. I mean, cue Dota. You know? Then Riot Games, then the rest is history, right? So the interaction of people collectively creates, it changes something that was once a game into a platform because that platform enables enough emergent properties. And I love language learning apps because of that too. However, there's a lot of friction nowadays. You know, the idea of being constrained by a product is the end all be all thing, right? If the product doesn't do it, then you're not responsible in being emergent on it. And we recently talked about WaniKani today, about how, like, if you focus specifically on what WaniKani's design is meant to do and evaluate everything on meant to do, then it can only have that value to you. What WaniKani represents to me is something a little bit more than that, and that might not be relatable, right? It represents the aspirations of two people, and those two people, I can kind of see it through their lenses, and then it itself can be a platform that I could use. I'm basically doing that now. This is my, my social experiment, if you will. Live streaming is a platform. However, the things I use also becomes platforms in creating emergent properties. So what are the emergent properties? The conversations that you and I have, it are emergent properties. That used to be something that World of Warcraft served as a platform. When we're clearing dungeons, all of us are applying skills, interestingly enough, from our professional backgrounds, and then we talk about our professional backgrounds while we're using the content. It still kind of happens here in Neverwinter, only people talk about politics and religion and stuff, which it's a morally gray area, right? And appropriateness and whatnot, but you can see a lot of the reminiscences of what social media and other platforms have standardized now. However, in these hubs, like in these particular games and potentially other games that harken back to the days of old, the topics are different, right? People age, groups meander and drift. Great. I mean, it's great and not great. It's a bittersweet moment. What I see of World of Warcraft when people play World of Warcraft is either you bring your old group back with you, or it's no longer the Warcraft of yesteryear. And I watched that. I watched that with a charming distance, at arm's length, right? Because if I go back, yeah, I could embrace it for sure. I could try to embrace the new culture that is World of Warcraft. Or I could humbly see that Warcraft is now a game still for young people, right? It has a target audience, target demographic, and many of the changes and the things in the higher up is designed to target the new, younger audience. And then you start thinking to yourself, man, but that just means I'm really old and pepped. It's like, yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? And then now you move on to games like a live service game that you have to be like an old, perhaps an older person to want to even be interested in something like this. It doesn't have the bells and whistles of your endless content barrage and hyper stimulated graphics design and etc, right? And I see the charm in it. It's not for everyone. I certainly use this as time to talk about things like this. Your best friend from high school who now a doctor of pharmacy. Back then I remember he played WoW, and even today I'll occasionally see him log into on Discord, though not regularly. I haven't logged into... Oh wait, I lied. I did log into World of Warcraft once. And I'm gonna call out that goober, actually. No, not by name, but there might have been a chance you might have seen him. There was a time, I think it was 2 years ago, World of Warcraft had a free trial, right? I think it's like for the first 15 levels, and it might be 4 years ago. It was the World of Warcraft Classic launch, like, attempt to... And the reason why I did it was because it was related to Hearthstone. It was a Hearthstone promo, I think. And even Hero of the Storm. That was also the time that I played Hero of the Storm for the first time, right? And it was a Hearthstone collab thing across their IPs. And I did log in and leveled up to 15, and I did see a lot of interesting things with the current World of Warcraft. This was World of Warcraft stable, I'm pretty sure. It wasn't like to bring people... Oh, it might have been Cataclysm? I don't know. It was one of them, and it was recent. That was the last time I've done it, and it's because someone mentioned it. A goober mentioned it. And now a person that I still know now. I did play a little bit again. I played a warrior. Oh, no wait, I lied. I played well, no, it was a monk. It was a Pandarian monk. I had to. I mean I didn't play since what was it, since the second expansion, Burning Crusade. Like, I didn't even get to the Lich King before I retired from World of Warcraft. Lots of hours. I was going into my junior year in in college, so time was a factor. But I most definitely played a Pandarian monk. It's really kind of interesting to me, the dedication he and other really had for the world, lore, and universe as a whole. There were so many advertisements for that. I do remember. Yeah, I was... Oh boy. Sleep was a luxury, I'm telling you. Sleep was a luxury. I used to remember the entire lore of the first 3 Warcraft games that led into all the contextualization of World of Warcraft for the first 4 expansions. Now I don't remember a lot of it. Maybe like the Medivh tale, obviously the iconic Arthas tale, where and then the idea of the Lich King, how Kal'Thuzad fits into Arthas' thing, but after, and then how Sylvanas gets involved, and Illidan's legacy, right? The Dark Portal, where it led to the introduction of the orcs from I forgot what it's called. do they call it the Outworld? I think they call it Outworld, or the other world where the orcs were a large majority of the orcs were from, things like that. And then how the tale of Thrall, and because the orcs retreated sort of, or like it's a really complicated story, but it's a really great story. It's a shame the movie didn't spawn into more of that. That buddy mentioned this bust of Sylvanas Windrunner in his house. Oh, okay. Maybe I wasn't. I was that loaded on material expenses. Oh, I was supposed to reset these guys. Okay, a bust, if you will. I remember when Arthas's legacy was introduced and stuff, there was a lot of like Frostmournes. People had a bunch of Frostmournes everywhere. It's like, here's my Frostmourne. It's like, that's my collector's edition Frostmourne. Frostmourne is the blade that you... I don't know how much you know about World of Warcraft. I'm not that knowledgeable about Warcraft, but I do have enough residual topical stuff about hobbyists and their relationship with like Warcraft collectibles and whatnot. And Frostmourne was, yeah, that's a hot item. The Lich King's sword, Arthas's sword, Frostmourne. Can't tell you how many dioramas, I don't know what you call them, like reconstructions and scale models of Ironforge that I watched. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a great scale model of Ironforge. I was personally a thrall. I was very, very into Thrall's plight, because he's like the underdog kind of thing. And then the frustration of Malfurion trying to do the right thing, but at the same time did not have enough information about the motivations of Illidan, and their night elves involvement. Or how I watched this essay way back in the day a couple of times about the creation of Azeroth, like how Azeroth came into being, right? Like, who are the ancient ones, when they were... Oh, this was around the time when the Draenei was introduced, and how their relationship with the Naga, right? And then how that related to the Titans and the ancient ones and the dragons that created the plane Azeroth that they occupy now. You got to introduce like Norse Dormu, Alexstrasza, like Ysera, and all of them. Like, it's so neat. Like the OG elves, when Mana Thirst happened, and then they tried to explain like the Blood Elves, like how it ended up creating like two separations, where the Blood Elves, and Night Elves and whatnot. So neat. It parallels a lot of already existing human history. So it's not like it goes without a complete lack of empathy. It's a pure fantasy is fantasy. Human beings still write the fantasy. So you can glean a lot of things that run parallel. Often Tolkien fantasy and Dungeons and Dragons tend to have all of these things. I joke around a lot about Neverwinter, right? When you write Neverwinter, I try to interact with them. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. We slaughter and uproot and do all that stuff in the name of expansion, right? That kind of thing. I think there's a lot to be gleaned in interest. I think lots of the themes that I talk about when we're talking about cultures and whatnot and psychology and whatnot, I spend most of the time when I play games like this, anything really, I keep all those things close to my heart, largely because they're very important. So the skills continue to build regardless of the context of the activity that I'm involved in. I frame it around pretty much my interest continuously, which I was trying to illustrate when we were talking about WaniKani and stuff. Huh? Oh, okay. Hello there, Jiao. Konnichiwa. I drew a key tree today. How goes it? What are you up to right now, Jiao? A key tree. And I met another Japanese language learner. I should have been. I was kind of digressing, so I didn't have the opportunity to ask that person how they're going about learning their Japanese at the time, outside of discovering that they started writing kanji, which I'm so excited. I'm curious how they're going about doing that as well. I didn't quite have enough time. I was trying to not overexert myself. Tomorrow is a special day, so we're introducing something tomorrow as well. The second project, I better make sure I don't overcommit to a lot of things. This one is gonna be a natural companion for WaniKani, so if I'm doing WaniKani, I would have to do it. So it's very difficult not to have a moderation for that. And it's getting close. Like a Dragon is around the corner, and I have yet to do my reviews for Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. Okay. And I didn't do the Like a Dragon 8 Chinese playthrough yet, or the Japanese Victory Lap before. I have till the 20th, so right now we're looking at a little over a month. Beginning of the year starts strong, you know? And then it kind of like dips down a little in the middle of the year, and then we finish strong. That's how I do be doing it. So I need to increase this activity level. Let's do the heroic encounters to set up for next week. Heroic encounters are the quickest way to fill the activity bar. Or we can do 4 repeatables. Let's just do 3 repeatables actually. That's actually quicker. Wait, there's a repeatable here. What was this repeatable? We'll just I think we only need to do 2 repeatables, so that's fine. Yeah, let's do it that way. 2 repeatables. I saw you also do a lot of projects, drawing, fitness, video, etc. Yeah, I have a lot of time. Now was it yesterday that I mentioned that if you resonate with being high functioning, it's very difficult to stand still. Special interest projects are a way to keep myself intellectually healthy when opportunity presents themselves. So we do as much as possible to keep ourselves involved in our life, right? If you start losing interest in your own life and your own routines and whatnot, it can be very, very difficult for maybe like someone myself to find ways to encourage that person, like, this is your life, get excited about it. So my projects range from crunching 1 month to doing something for the rest of my life. So the idea is the projects are not in escalation of a very specific archetype. If you escalate, one must find balance, right? Say like if you do a subathon or something for a week, and next month you're like, let's do it again, and do it for 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, then a month, then it becomes 2 years straight. At some point it's going to have an escalation problem, right? And the thing about human behavior is understanding the human condition helps you moderate that. So for me, I have usually throughout the year, I have a balance between things that I do the best all wound up into like 1 month or 1 day, even a weekend, like Otakan. And then we have our progressions and stuff. So when I'm not working, I'm working on myself. That's work too, right? If you're not working now, you can choose to work on yourself. And that, in a way, will be your plan B, right? And I already answered this question a couple of times already. I don't work professionally right now. And then one of the obvious questions, like, so what, how do you support yourself? And my answer to that is I have quite a long life of budgeting and being frugal and knowing how long I can do something financially. So because I know how to do that, I know how long I can do this for how long, and then choose when I can go grab a job, right? Or turn something into a professional portfolio for something else. So if I am not working, I'm actively working on myself. And the pride of that is that when I go to get a job, it's not like I'm expecting I'm the expert of something. The idea is that job is there to support my life's pursuit, which is to be happy, encourage other people to be happy, and learn how like being privileged comes with its wonders, and being exceptional also does come with its wonders. However, sometimes there's a lot of that, and perhaps not as much of saying, like yesterday I was trying to ask my father, like, why did he wake up so early, right? And those are the little things, right? Asking, being concerned about others, that kind of thing, or your loved ones. That's the thing that there's a chance you could lose sight of it, and I try not to do that anymore. While I was potentially on a course to doing lots of things like becoming a specialist or something like that, I also lost sight of my own health. And that's not because it was a bad thing. I was so enamored by science and everything that I kind of just lost the human touch side on occasion for myself. And these are the type of things that I talk about most of the time, because you don't have to be 40 years old to lose sight of yourself. You can lose sight of yourself being addicted to a video game, right? You can lose sight of your own progress, your own education, maybe even fall into it's all about the numbers kind of thing. Humans are humans. And I think having someone who is able to normalize your being well aware, either you or someone around you, that balance out the understanding of your own nature, can provide some well balanced, healthy lifestyles. That's also what you should do. What do you plan on doing? Any ideas? Anything you're interested in? Valentine is practically changing the world as we speak. Valentine was very candid about sharing their life's journey right now. It's very heartwarming to hear someone who's like is actively knocking it out of the park. In like a self-improvement way. Okay, we're going to Lighthouse. Let's go. I imagine you're continuing to truck along with your paper at the moment. hear, hear me out here. What does a newly like residents of the United States go for when it comes to food? You love design products and maybe coding. Well, that certainly is nice to hear that your interest lines up with being a CS major or a CS, graduate student. But you can't urge yourself to do them. Oh, okay. Yeah, that can be a thing. Yeah. Have you ever done things in Japanese? Like, what I mean is, like, you go around, it's like, oh, all right, today we're gonna learn a few words about these things in Japanese. Like, one or two on the sides, like, this is something very unique to me. And then one day you're just gonna constantly pigeonhole, like, hey guys, do you want to know a cool word in Japanese? And then you just break out your coding Japanese words. That's kind of what I do with science. Like, have you known, other avenues to interact with, embellish all the things together, design a product that deals with coding? That kind of sounds like a talk. You probably have done a lot of that type of brainstorming. I'm spitballing again. This is whenever someone shares with me something and they share a bit of evidence of maybe diminishing enthusiasm, as an ignorant person, right? Someone who's incompetent but have all the innocence of trying to say something weird. Oftentimes, if you have someone who's like enthusiastic but have no idea what they're talking about, one could come up with like, oh yeah, that's a pretty, I could do something like that kind of thing. Sometimes an outside perspective can be a silver lining or like a blessing in disguise kind of thing. Coding. What could you product design on the side? In terms of like, here's an example from my perspective. If my interests dealt with design, products, and coding, my first thought was, how many free trial type of coding projects out there that I can test while also learning Japanese? Right? Because you did mention that you're also learning Japanese. I'm trying to remember all the details that you shared with me about yourself while integrating examples of things that I'm familiar with so that I can remember all your details, right? Yeah. I'm not very, I don't know a lot about coding. Python is like, that's where it stops largely. And then there's some like loose practical applications of either very specific cases or very generic cases. Sufficiency is the word. If it was sufficient to do my task, that's about as much coding as I have these days. And when it comes to design, product, or integration of language learning, there's no shortage of design or upcoming people. In fact, I'm setting myself up for tomorrow's introduction of the companion project because it's related to WaniKani. And they ended up, they're like, yo, you know what? We're gonna make a product. We're gonna design it. We're gonna invest a couple years into it, and voila. I am an investor. Or not necessarily an investor in that way, but I believe in their passion, so take my money. if you will. How the heck do I get over? Where am I at on the heroic encounters? 60%. Yeah, I had many thoughts, but afraid of taking action. That's understandable. Even though I really feel comfortable when you're doing it. Yeah. I know this might sound a little bit cliche. There are quite a lot of wonderful content creators out there that may give you like that pep in your step, but it goes without saying that one of the biggest human conditions that must be overcome is, especially when it comes to a project-oriented person, is normalizing a routine that allows you to start something and then know that you can secure the product or secure the emotional legacy quickly in order to feel comfortable to start again, right? That's really tough. And I don't think you're alone. I beg to differ. You're probably the statistical norm, because specializing something, practice skills that keep you focused on something. Starting new things or being comfortable with starting new things and finding value in consistently starting new things and then stopping and then integrating into new things, that is a different discipline in terms of like emotional coping strategies and or like trying to get a bigger picture. That's a holistic approach. And oftentimes when someone becomes very specialized, like in genetic, like for example, one of the bigger obstacles during my later scientific career was that I needed to get interested in other things related to my discipline. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult to start because while you're seemingly probably comfortable with the underlying foundations, it's still starting something new. Like I needed to understand like structural biology. Spoiler, it didn't quite happen. Like I kind of dabbled in it. Sometimes I like sat in a seminar for like physical like structural biology and I'm like so it's very understandable, especially the more specialized you become. And what is one specialization that occurs without you even trying? Eating, right? Sleeping, walking. So in order to paint a more vivid or relatable picture, we can dispense even the specialized things like, oh, but not all of us are coders, not all of us have PhDs and whatnot, right? The things that you fundamentally do nearly to the point of non-attention, like things that you do without even paying attention to it anymore, those things, imagine starting something new associate with those things. So yeah, what do you benefit, like as a human, like understanding like emotional awareness of your own motivations? What do you benefit from starting a fitness routine? Oftentimes people will say, well, you get stronger, all the objective stuff. You get stronger, you're healthier, it's good for your health. Yes. However, it also tells me that you're able to start something that inherently is probably one of the most difficult things to start again. Because if there's anything more specialized when it comes to fitness, is most of the actions you're starting with deals with things you are inherently not even processing how good you are at doing, like walking. Imagine the coordination involved in walking. Have you ever described to someone how to walk? Like for example, someone had an injury, a leg injury. How do you rehabilitate someone to go to walk again? Right, to work on walking. It can be very difficult unless your specialty is like physical therapy or something, right? So starting again Starting something new, absolutely. Absolutely. Obviously I have no idea what that looks like. Or man, that person stopped calling. Hold up. I need to find another instance. Yeah. Just use your legs, bro. I can't tell you how often I heard something exceptionally alarming. I'm not gonna like throw any more negative things, but it's a little bit alarming when in the background when you're in a gym, right? You hear so many personal trainers like, just push harder. I'm like, oh boy. I mean, it works. It works. Right? The emotional impact, it works. My thought is like, I hope that person has enough motivation for themselves too, because sometimes if you're a personal trainer or you have the privilege. For example, if someone approached me and they say, I want to start this, can we do it together? My first thought was, we're not only going to start this, we are going to make this work, right? Because you're being entrusted. And depending on the task, if it's something fundamental and something that you know they probably know a lot about, that person is trusting you with something that's probably the hardest thing to do. And my thought was, bring it on. Let's do this, because I'm up for that challenge, right? Not that I'm saying I'm going to be successful. The idea is it's going to be a learning process between me and that person, right? When you tell someone, here's a really dark example, but also really trying to project my enthusiasm. When someone say they are depressed and they ask me, how do you stop being depressed? Because being depressed is something that is inherently chronic and intuitive. So the first thing you have to think about is, well, how do we get a person to express all the things, right? That's kind of the idea. And those are the things. And it's not too far from someone asking, like, where do I start learning a language, right? Because if you think about it, if there's anything kind of remotely at the intersection of voluntary intellectual pursuits, so it's not necessary, so there's nothing obligating you to do so. That's one of the biggest motivators, obligation. Like if you move to a country and you have to use the language, that is inherent obligation. That's like getting a job, eating, sleeping. It becomes a form of obligation. However, when someone voluntarily chooses, I want to learn Japanese, but where do I start? That is why it takes me like 3 or 4 hours to formulate something, and in the end, I'm not able to give a big, like an exact answer, but more like enabling the person to hopefully find the mindset that they can do to overcome their human condition, which is to start with a motivation that is weaker, hundreds of times weaker than eating because you're hungry or sleeping because you're tired, right? If there's anything that's really close, though, if there's anything that's close and it's voluntary, it's probably trying to replace your primary language, right? What is something that you have to use every single day in both thought, writing, and professionally? Your primary language. So that's my way of demonstrating the prioritization of what are the things that could get you to consistently learn a language versus, is it the technique? Is it the way it's presented? Is it the rate in which you learn technique? Debatably, I would argue that it starts at the person's mindset on how they see that starting something new to replace something that they're so exceptional at. How do you get to that point? Well, ask them how they're interacting with their language now. What do you use English for? Right? What do you use your primary language for? What do you use Chinese for? Right? When you read a book in Chinese, what do you think about? Now, ask yourself, can you take small steps to doing that with your target language? How would you go about it? If you didn't know what the word that you have now and you needed to figure out how to learn what that word is using your primary language, what are the chances that you could do that with your target language? That's kind of the idea of associating established habit formation with a new habit, where the habit is a contextual shift, right? Like junk food, like for example, if someone eats junk food, what is it about junk food that makes you really, really like junk food? Is there any way you can have that to capture that similar feeling, both mentally, like literally or figuratively, while also engaging in consuming a different type of food, right? And I think that's probably where I would lean towards when it comes to, okay, so I asked, I know that's I'm basically removing the cat out of the bag now. I asked you about what you're interested in or like what you like to do, because to me, since I don't know enough about you and your background, usually you take something that already works, that doesn't require an urge, and try to develop some sort of motivation from your inherent urge already. When you love to do something like a class or a game, that urge already happens. It's automated, right? There's something about it that when you hop on a game, it's effortless. Meanwhile, starting something new, like a new game, for example, is not effortless. So associating something that you already done and try to bridge it is my interpretation of overcoming language learning barriers. Yes, a lot of people are going to get upset, and the hot take there's like, well, no, the fastest way and the most appropriate and objective way is to forget you know a primary language and then learn the target language by literally uprooting your entire identity and doing that. It's like, yeah, you can definitely get there quick, but I'm okay. As someone who's only capable of really speaking one language, it's sort of interesting to think about. The goal is to one day really learn enough Japanese to learn more Japanese. Yeah, right? Yeah. And well, not the whole goal, but part of the goal, right? Yes. And here's one on top of that. One day you will be able to choose between whenever you want to learn something using both your languages. They will, in my opinion, right? Not only is it that if you decide, oh, I can learn it in Japanese, might as well do it. It's like, oh wait, I can't learn it in Japanese. I'll use English, right? The idea is now you have two tools. It is part of you. It's your tool set. You know, your overall efficiency and consistency goes up in discovery because you have brought your entire game to the task at hand. Your habits that already work, your new habits that you've established, they both exist. And those things will be far more consistent than relying on one of your habits only. So building a new you, better eating habits, better sleeping habits, you view it in a sense of all your skills are all of it, right? How do you leverage all that? Now, it's not always possible. I totally agree. And there's pragmatic restrictions and whatnot. The idea is you're being greedy. You're doing more, right? Doing more, not less, not subtracting, or trying not to be subtractive anyways. And that's what I mean by creative a lot of times. When someone, I know a lot of times when I say, oh, be creative, they're talking about creating something in a very specific way. You don't have to be creative in that way to be creative. It's so, I know I don't have a very elegant way of saying this. Reinventing. Walking might seem like an act of futility, as in, oh, it's a waste of time. You already walk really well. It's like, yes, true. Is that walking not engaging you anymore to give you a healthy lifestyle? Well, then you have to recreate it. And it's not the literal walking that is novel. Is engaging in creatively trying to be involved in your walking again is the exercise of starting something new. When you start something new, it could be reinventing something old. And what more greater and consistent way of doing it is something you already know super well. Now, you're probably not going to gain or redefine walking. What you're doing, in my opinion, is normalizing all the steps in trying something new. That's something people don't do very often anymore. I mean, YouTube and Twitch practically tells you to stick to things you already know most of the time, right? So start with something small, like, hey, today I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I'm gonna eat a different type of apple. I'm gonna write about it. I'm gonna think about it. And you know what? After a month, you might be saying, nah, okay, my apple, we're just gonna go back to my apple. That's perfectly fine, right? However, you did something new. You engaged in it actively for 30 days. If you can do that, why not try a banana? Heck, why not try it for 2 months? Right? The act of doing it is pretty great because humans are so excellent at quickly normalizing things that they are starting. And when you start things fairly frequently, that isn't like a 6-year project or your entire career, it might help be like, oh yeah, you know, I have some perspective now. Let's, heck, I change my fitness routine every month. What's doing a project and testing it out for a month be like? It's like, I got this. And that's a balance. Obviously, it's a balance. I think for the most part, individuals who may find it very hard or find the motivation to start new things, it's not a bad thing. It means you're hyper-focused and committed to very specific things. And it's been a while. It's been a while since you decided I want to try something new, right? And since you haven't done it for a while, usually there's no reason for you to invest in thinking about how that starting new thing could lead to something. And that's understandable. Your time is spent on things that are important to you. And it can be wonderful and sustainable provided you don't end up eventually being challenged like, hey, you got to start something new. It's like, oh, well, yeah, it's been a while since I've done it. And it's time. Start small. Start with things you already know. Right? Anyway, at least that's my intention. By it. Like, someone asked me one time, like, so you played this game for a very long time. What happens if it become less interesting, right? Like, what happens if it's... So they gave me a conditional. Like, just say hypothetically, I become disinterested. And I'm like, I stop. And I wanted to say that with a serious tone because I stop when it becomes disinterested. Know why? I could find something more interesting. Like, and usually the actual reality is someone gets me more interested in the thing that I'm already interested in. So what happens is I turn the thing that I'm already interested in with them. Play it with new way. Yes, exactly. Play it with new way. And what's the best part about interacting with other people? Those people could introduce some new ways. And I collect the story. Yeah, Dao. I would love to hear about it, by the way. There's something you're going to do something, like what that is. I think being able to express that to someone else, especially someone that I feel I like to say I at least give a little bit semblance of empathy or whatnot, that can go a long way to reinforcing something, right? I'm not your personal trainer. I'm not your like professional therapist or anything like that. I'm saying sometimes the best gift that I think I can give, and most humans can give, is an acknowledgement that the thing you're doing is interesting to them, or a form of encouragement. You know, 加油, gambaro, right? At least minimally that. It's more than zero. It sounds so sappy. Sorry. Now I'm gonna turn off the waterworks. I mean, wait. I was gonna make a joke. I was like, just suck it up, kid, and do work. I don't know. I'm not very good with how to sound tough. Yeah. This is I don't have to say this. This is pretty normal. For anyone who's not familiar, I do this during the later stages of Neverwinter. I actually have a pet peeve right now that I'm negotiating. Hang on. Let me grab this and then we're good. Right. So we get our bars. I think this is a one-time deal, right? I see it down here. We'll see if it shows up on the others. Pretty sure this is a one-time deal. We got 2 more characters to do to chill through. What was the story I brought? Oh, the story deals with like scientific writing. My recent exposure to Jiao, right? Jiao here is at university, and I was talking. It got me thinking once again about resources like primary literature. Yesterday I was describing about primary literature. Churn asked about like, what do you mean by articles or papers, right? And I got to thinking about how journalism and product reporting has changed. I've been reading a lot of articles. I wanted to add something like do some cross evidence, like cross referencing, and then some like thread hunting and stuff in the last 3 days to add a new project that complements WaniKani, right? And I've realized that every time there's one thing that crops up almost consistently, like, yeah, I'm gonna say 7 out of 10 times, at least more than 50% of the time, when I'm looking for information. And this is something that is completely avoided or nearly like emphasized when it comes to professional writing, when it comes to like science, discipline, primary literature. I'm curious if anyone is like saying right now, aha, I know exactly what you're thinking. It's at the top of the page. It's usually like right below the title most of the time. So one thing that I've come to understand or accept about journalism, especially even journalism that considers that their site is like a major resource for anything and everything involving language learning, or having a incredibly bold title like language resource learning.com or something like that, right? When I see those articles, I enjoy reading them, right? I'm so enjoying. I even think about the professional writing side of things. Like, okay, so this person has this investment. It's practically a company right now, right? And they advertise their own products, and then they talk about other products. So you encounter lots of questions like, oh, that's interesting. This company sells a product that competes with the product that they're reviewing in this article, right? Or something like that. Those are the upfront things. They're very tangible. That's the level of critical thinking that I think at least the vast majority of people would look into when they're studying and researching for investments and decision making and whatnot. Now, I've encountered one that I feel it used to be a given, like a common practice, possibly, but then again, I wasn't that attached to the internet. I'm like buying my time. I'm seeing if anyone is like suddenly jumping out. It's like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Now, when it comes to research, there is one thing that is absolutely very, very important, and that is the concept of time, right? Time is very important. When did you do this? At what point is this method done, right? Who has done this? Is this the current method or the previous method? If you're doing this, the results have to be dependent on in which time, manner, and way of which it is recorded and evaluated, so that one can understand perhaps this might be an outdated perspective, or this perspective has been updated. And at the beginning of each professional writing article, one does an introduction that updates the person who's going to read your methodologies, your results, and your conclusion of what knowledge you have going into it. That also includes you referencing your own work, your prior work in the introduction, and also the current date in which your report and or your experiment is being published. Now, on the newspaper side of thing, before the whole internet journalism thing, it's difficult to miss the time and context, right? The time frame of things being reported. Maybe not so much a summary, because it's not all things are ongoing developments, right? And here I am. I'm like, okay, I've already done this before. I'm gonna try to empathize with Zhao here. I didn't want to start over and it's like, oh, okay, so I didn't have the urge basically to start over. It's like, okay, I need to look for something for Chinese, right? Because I've already done it for Duolingo. Like, it started with Japanese and I looked around and I'm curating, cross-referencing. How do I start my first project? And then Duolingo, by extension, already had Chinese. So I didn't go through that process again of curating, cross-referencing, digging for developers, looking at community outreach and whatnot. I didn't have to start from zero, but I did in the last 3 or 4 days, because I'm looking for something that it wasn't necessarily from zero, but I had to do the thing again, cross-referencing, looking, digging, making sure all the timing and stuff line up. And yet I found from this practice that easily the top 20 or 30 hits fail to adequately and bibliographically contextualize the time of their articles. So what I mean by this is there's one that's at the top, and I'm not gonna say who it is. You can probably find this out everywhere. The title is incredibly bold. It's something, I'm not gonna use the exact words. You'll probably be able to figure out any article in this case. The article would be like, the opinions of a native speaker. Trust me, I tried all the products, inferring that they understand all the products that they're about to reveal. Here are my top things, and it's like incredibly detailed. Like, here's an app for this very specific purpose. Here's an app. That's well and good. That's so awesome that they gave that attention. That would definitely breathe reader, right? Like, it'll definitely have readers who can. It's very detailed, yet it's missing one of the most crucial things that makes that information relevant or not. They're insisting that the material is timeless, like time does not affect their material, because otherwise they would actually have a time marker on all their references. Why is this important? I still love the article. It was fantastic. It was incredibly informative, provided you're like me who have contextualized all these cross-references. As in, I know what version that they reviewed here, what version they reviewed here, what version did they review here, because they are comparing products at different states of their development. And you're probably gonna, some of you who know me from like Duolingo and whatnot probably are starting to think you probably know where this is going to some extent, and that is, at some point, I love all the choices. I used a lot of that information to cross-reference to other things, but then they added a comment about Duolingo Chinese, and in their mission statement and stuff, or even in the description of this writer, they were saying, oh yeah, I'm here to help to present objective, unbiased, like as well balanced, and to their credit, it's exceptional. It's very like comprehensive and whatnot. That's great. I appreciate it. And they're trying. They said they try. I'm not sure they said they do, because they certainly do not. Near the end, there's like, oh, okay. Oh, by the way, here are other apps that you might like, and that use a gamified thing, and then they would add, you know, your classic like Bushu, or maybe like more industrial stuff like Babbel, and then suddenly they write Duolingo, right? Duolingo, and then they write in parentheses, not any other thing, like there's no other programs. They wrote Duolingo, and in parentheses they write only if you're not serious about language learning, in parentheses next to Duolingo. I can assure you, I know that there are plenty of products in their list that tagline, only if you're not serious with language learning, applies to a lot of them. But they specifically decided to write this excellent, it was an excellent, lots of information, and they ended their article with that. Now, that's fine. I'm okay with that, because it's gamification. It shows that they have a bias about having fun. When something is fun or gamified, it can't be taken seriously. That reveals to me that this person's writing and induction comes with a lot of preconceived notions, right? Old hat. I don't know when the article was written, so it really doesn't help, right? Like, I don't know how long ago this was, and my first thought is, well, I have Duolingo Chinese experience. I'm like, it would be interesting if I knew when they written this article and when did they evaluate Duolingo Chinese, because that's the only experience I have. I don't have experience with Pimsleur and all the other things they listed, right? I'm looking for experience. So this person's credibility is determined by the closest thing I have to reflect on their credibility. And when I clicked on their link, they say, oh yeah, check out my review of Duolingo Chinese. And this is why I say this, check out my review. I clicked on it, and it was, they evaluated Duolingo Chinese, and it still didn't have a date, by the way. The top of the article, it still doesn't have a date. It was before 2024, because how do I know? When I looked at the screenshots, it was the old system where, like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, so not only did they provide a review of Duolingo Chinese, in a way that I cannot comprehend their criticisms because I do not have experience with it. It is out of date. And what's even worse than that is those articles, they are dated from the last time someone edited those articles and or commented on those articles. So that article is listed as 2024 September 8th. That is after Duolingo changed. Duolingo Chinese changed. Like the whole facet of Duolingo Chinese course changed, of which I have experience with. And they link to their own article that predates the change. Not only is it terrible, it's misleading, it's unprofessional, and they have no accountability for when they actually write something. And that, in my opinion, is a red flag that I would say is a life lesson for any individual, or in my personal and professional opinion, my former professional opinion, one has to be very, very careful about. Because if I didn't have any experience at all, like if I didn't use Duolingo or Chinese, in any other way, my only ability is to cross-reference with another person. And I might miss details like that. Like, oh, hey, never mind. I can't really so wholeheartedly rely on this person's judgment because they're clearly biased. They have no accountability for the time frame, and they prefer to link to their old article in order to get more views. How does this relate to professional writing? A lot of times when you have introductions and review to your own research, it gathers more views, like more viewership. Like your article gets more exposure, the impact factor goes up. I would say a good summary of impact factor is like the YouTube algorithm. If you are trending, you have high impact factor. If you continue to trend, your impact factor goes up, right? For your articles. So a lot of times when people write a professional piece, they are held accountable through bibliography and like date tracking and whatnot, that you understand, the person who's reading understands the time frame of all of these things. Like, are you saying your review from 2020 pre-2023 is an adequate representation of your bias and strictly unprofessional comment you made at the end of what otherwise is an incredibly well-written paper? Well, unfortunately, for me, it is, because it's my only source of converging evidence to associate and measure that person's quality of writing. And that is, it sounds harsh, but that's who I was, or who I am, or need to be when I'm in professional writing, right? Like, if that is an excellent way of losing all credibility in a professional sense. If you write a scientific article and you publish your research and you make a loose judgment like that, and it's irreparable to your reputation, like you will likely lose pretty much all your credibility. And that's the level of professionalism that you can gauge right now. I was using this story as a way to demonstrate that a lot of things I say deal with voluntary choices, right? Deal with hobby development and stuff. But back in the day when I was a working professional, all of this stuff is like the high pressure situation that you're constantly in. Like, these are the things that defines being a professional to me. So when a professional does research, right, when people say, oh, I do research and I study a lot and I learn a lot of things, it's like, that's great. Can you describe, explain, and contextualize and validate all the things you have learned? Because for me, if I'm going to take your advice on a professional standpoint, it's not the same as voluntary standpoint. Those mistakes and those looseness can end careers. Not only did you publish something that could inform hundreds and thousands of people and misguide them out of innocence, like, you know, like maybe it's an honest mistake or some choice of the matter. If you're someone who's an outlet for information, your professional integrity could be the consequence of informing an entire generation of people. And it's even stronger now because YouTube, Google is a thing. So if your article has a lot of hits, right? I would be super concerned if I said something that could be misleading. And when I published, like the few or couple times when I published some sort of research, right? I am constantly fearful of saying like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't say it this way because it can be misconstrued in this way. Did I make sure all my like citations and notations and notes and data gathering, are they accurate? Because the last thing I can think about is someone referencing my work and it becomes any form of the basis of their work in the future. That is a lifetime in a career that you can ruin and you wouldn't even know it. It sounds very scary. It's because it's a reflection of not everyone feels this way. I kind of feel that that's the one thing that instilled in me from my PhD days, where I earnestly have the worst possibly coping mechanism, lots of coping mechanisms for the fear of being accountable for things I do professionally. So oftentimes I do not say things as a professional or of anything because I want people to make sure they know that you need a second opinion, you need a third opinion, maybe 1,000 opinions that's beyond mine, unless you're willing to hold on to all the liabilities of my limited experience, right? What game is this? This is a game, it's Neverwinter Online. It's a live service game. It's a freemium game, freemium live service game. It's been around for like it's going into its 12th year. Yes, 12th year. And it's based in the Dungeons and Dragons universe. It's an MMO that was originally structured like games that you might be familiar with, like World of Warcraft. And now it's a bit of a live service model kind of thing. So you play it, you know, I guess a more topical way of thinking about it is maybe like Genshin Impact, but it does have some multiplayer functionality. Like there's people you pair up with to run dungeons. I mean, a more really topical one would be like First Descendant or something by Nexon, where that the idea of a freemium game is you play it, you do dailies, you do weeklies, you might party up with people through a matchmaking system, accomplish it, and then every 3 or 4 months they would add new content. And in this case, the context is an MMO style, somewhat semi-combat oriented mechanic game. So not we're not going to go into like the type, but it's a combat MMO as opposed to First Descendant being a first-person shooter. It could be a third person. I don't actually remember about First Descendant. And it takes place in a Western MMO environment or a Western fantasy environment. So if one is interested in D&D, Tolkien fantasy, you know, elves, halflings, demons, more elves, orcs, that kind of thing. It's this type of game. Yeah. I usually play this kind of game as a way to rant about things, which is what I did for the last 30 minutes. I brainstorm about Japanese and Chinese while I'm playing this game and how it connects with language learning. It's a good way to chill. It's a chill thing. Earlier I mentioned emotionally and intellectually this is my roadblocks. So if I were younger per se and I grew up with Roblox, I would use Roblox in a similar manner, where I get on Roblox, I do like some chill things, maybe one of my friends or two also hangs out in the game, we chat about other things, and then we kind of mosey around and use it as a platform of chatting. And that's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm basically, right now, I'm in the 8th week. It takes 10 weeks to complete a new module, which is like an expansion, and every module is dropped every 3 to 4 months. The weekly I do in one day, so I do it on Mondays, which is the reset day, and today is one of the reset days. So I take an opportunity to develop or talk about random topics. It usually is about health, research, or something I've been practicing for a while, something I've been reading about for a while, because it's a good time to give practice my opinions and pieces that I'll be using in the future. So call it a vibing moment. Fairly low effort, right? Fairly low effort practice. It's quite similar to opening up a book and writing something in it, like, oh hey, what does my journal look like today? What do I have to talk about today? That kind of thing. Or what was the last week of stuff I've been thinking about? That kind of thing. It's something to keep busy. If you like taking out dragons, doing dailies like fetch 10 seeds and, you know, take out 30 mobs and then collect the coins, and then here's a mount for you, congratulations, oh here's more gear, that kind of thing. This is it. And if you're partial to like dragons and whatnot, right, outside of the mechanics, this game is a combat MMO, so basically I try to summarize, you have at least 3 skills, 3 to I don't know, like 5 to 6 things simultaneously juggling. Actions are real time, but then you have cooldowns. It's a cooldown based game, and you know, avoid getting hit, run dungeons and whatnot. Yeah, freemium. It's a freemium game. Since we met each other through language learning, consider it like a Duolingo. Yeah, you know, no risk. You can load this game up on console or PC and mess around, play a little bit, see what you think. And usually, since there's no investments, right, it keeps you occupied for an evening or something. That's great. Something to enjoy, something different to experience, right? I've played this game for over 11 years, so like across the entire lifespan of this game. It has very low commitment, so I use it as a way, again, to do something while I'm chatting with myself or anyone in the future for posterity. I was just recently talking about how people do research, or I was implicating a thing that is not available in research articles or like reviews or journalism. Recently, when I was looking for a new project to start for Mandarin, and something that I found that was very common with so many of the sources that Google provides for me, right? When I search up, like, hey, what are the current trends in app design, in Mandarin learning apps and whatnot, it often comes up with this question that I'm left with nearly 90% of the time. I keep ending up with this question. And that question is, when was this done? Like, at the moment, can you please contextualize what your experience is and what is available right now and the state of things, right? Oftentimes there's these summary articles like, oh, these are the top 10 apps. And I was like, okay, that's great. These are the top 10 ads. What else do you expect when you say these are the top 10 ads? A link to something. And oftentimes, because of viewership and stuff, they link to their own articles. And usually they make a comment that would seemingly reflect that article. Well, when it comes to language learning apps, especially one that comes from a very credible source or it was championed as a very credible source, I found that of all the things to be out of date, it was a snide remark that's incredibly unprofessional and biased that was made about an experience that I coincidentally happened to have. And I didn't have problems with that at first until I realized that when I clicked on the link to their own article, it was over 2 years out of date. And that is what threw me into this like story that I came up that I have ready for actually tomorrow and today. And that's the importance of contextual timepieces. When you make, in my opinion, when one professionally tries to make commentary, I'm gonna call it commentary because I can't necessarily feel. Some part of me wants to look at every single one of those apps that were listed and see if they're current, as in like, did they evaluate the app current to the model that I'm going to use it, right? You could say, oh yeah, what is the best game? And then suddenly, you know, you read an article, it's like, man, all these journalists think Overwatch is the best game. And then meanwhile, you're like, okay, I guess I'll play Overwatch. And then you realize that half the articles is due to popularity and they were kept recent because the internet is designed in a way where you say how recent the article is based on the last interaction. So like you could have an article from 2020 be marked as an article from 2024. But you might be thinking, well, then that's just up to the user to know that. It's like, okay, yeah, sort of. If the date was actually even at the top of the page. Like what I mean is, the article I'm referring to didn't even have the date at the top. Like there was no date mentioned. Not only that, that person didn't even introduce themselves in how they tested these, reviewed these, nor did they say at the time of this review, this is a meta-analysis of all these articles ranging from a date of 221 to 223 or something. And note to keep in mind that half of the articles that they have are currently out of date and do not represent the current product that they're talking about. That is something that really got me churning my gears. My mind was on fire. Like I think about it and now I'm starting to think, ooh, when I start projects, if I ever start projects and provide commentary, you don't even need to check the date of where you're getting the information nowadays. Like what I mean is by default, you can
The reason why you can get away with it, as in what I mean is, this person was not challenged for what they've written, largely because I think for most people it's not important. Like, you make a comment like, oh yeah, this product sucks, as of 2021, right? The moment you start making professional commentary that people are taking advice, the first thing I would think about is, wait, hold up. What if this changes? Because if people see this article, they have to know what time it was published. Because I could be held liable for all the things that is not true anymore if they encounter an article that deals with something else, right, at a different state. So, like, for example, if I were to tell you that this game is thriving, it's like, just kidding. This article is from 2013 when the game launched, right? When the game launched, it was a big deal. Neverwinter Online was for all intents and purposes, quite a big deal when it launched back in 2013. As of today, the things that I say now are reflective of its state of the game now. It was not always a freemium game. In fact, it had a feature that was one of its selling points that don't even exist in the game today. So that's the kind of thing that I was kind of remiss a little bit. Like, I didn't realize how important I even got used to the idea, like, oh yeah, here's a summary article, and then I click on another article and I'm like, wait, what is the date of this stuff? Like, if you're a journalist and you're like a supposed expert on language learning, and you spent a lot of time and you said you tried all the apps, right? When did you try the apps? Because you already made a huge comment and a big deal that these are freemium apps, these are live service apps, these are subscription-based things. Even made a whole spiel about how long and like how much it costs to subscribe to this and if it's worth it in the long run. And yet, with all of that awareness, you wrote an entire article without considering dates. I think it is unprofessional, maybe not necessarily unfair, because the person reading has to do the due diligence, right? You yourself are responsible for your due diligence. I think there is a little bit of integrity that I find very concerning, that someone would feel comfortable that, hey, I'm a language learner expert, I don't understand context, as in I'm not worried that my article is out of date, because languages don't do that either. Like, that's one of the poetic ironies here. Like, someone who follows natural language don't typically take into account how time affects language. So even things that you say about a current language, like English, for example, come back 5 years and see if those things still stay true. Like, if you do, I don't know, a commentary or an essay on the usage of the word bro right now, I think come back a year and you probably have to retract and redact your current article about the usage of bro, right? There's a reason, in my opinion, that professional writing makes very, very clear that you have to understand the context of your research and the timing of your research. However, to me, it seems like journalistic writing doesn't require that anymore. And you might also be thinking, well, it could be really hard to maintain the dates and whatnot. No, I think it's actually easier now because of technology. And yet, it almost strikes me as someone who's intentionally ignoring timestamps. almost deceptively ignoring timestamps. And for myself, this is an example or a testament to doing research, like doing research with experience versus doing research because you know how to read. Like someone telling me it's the same equivalent as someone coming by and telling me that, oh yeah, I heard or I think or this thing is. I'm like, so where did you hear that? Well, for all intents and purposes, I don't know how relevant that is anymore, right? For example, is this game dying? For example, I'm like, well, when was the last time you played Neverwinter? For example, right? To illustrate, make it relevant to this game. And then they would say something like, oh, you know, I was playing it back in 2015. If anything, 2015 was less dying than, like, if I had to try to be empathetic to them, 2015 is less dying than now. If their metrics was how many people are playing the game, right? So, time matters, a lot. Perspective matters with time. Oh, it was fairly disappointing. I think it was fairly disappointing. So in the end, I relied on a different type of metric. And then, like, I would say it was a great exercise in understanding the shortcomings of journalism today. Especially the type of journalism that has easily one of the most highest impact factors or influences, if you will. There are very low accountability for such things. It's important to me. At some point, someone's gonna probably ask me, why is that important? Like, since you already know all this stuff, right? You wouldn't make a decision like that. So to each their own. Maybe some people don't care about this stuff. It's like, yeah, that's fair enough. This is commentary for myself to keep myself honest, right? I think this stuff is important. So when I write something, I will do my utmost due diligence to make sure that whatever I'm saying is either current or sufficiently held liable, or held liable for doing my due diligence to keep track of what becomes out of date and what stays up to date. At least holding the responsibility of telling people, like, hey, this is when I was this. And actually, I do that for almost all my video comments. When someone makes a comment on a specific video, I check when that video was posted, what day that video was posted. It's kind of one of the reasons why I date or count or put a counter on nearly all the things I publish. Not necessarily just the relying on YouTube's like automated process. Like, I could fetch those things, like, hey, when did I post this video? However, there are also day counts everywhere that puts into scope and frame around how they're relevant, because it's important to know if you're basing all of your objectivity, quote unquote objectivity, and subjectivity as well, and all your decision making on things that are out of date or are no longer true. It would really, really suck if science was guilty of that due to the nature of interacting with media before. A great example would be MSG. At the time, there might have been suspicions, right? Now, the current state of things, and that illustrates how powerful echo chamber and in especially during the time of the internet now, the echo chamber is even stronger now. So if you publish something and you do not take into account time and accountability, my only thought is, boy, if I say something and then someone discovers it later, is it still true? And my only thought is, man, you could be crucified for something that is no longer even true or up to date because you fail to disclose that this is the state of how you evaluated the thing. I do really appreciate those individuals who do make that, like, you know, say a gamer, a game streamer, right? Let's make it related to Twitch. I can't tell you how appreciative I am when someone says, okay, so at the time of this review, we are in the 1.4 build of the game. I am trying to cover the differences between 1.3 and version 1.4 of this game. So remember that this is an ongoing game. Most of these evaluations is as of this date on this version of the game, right? It might sound like, oh, that's not important, that's not very unprofessional, like that. People don't really need to know that. Sure, you could say that, and at the same time, professionally, that helps you not be liable for misinterpreting and misrepresenting a product. Especially when the only reason I knew about this, like for three of the biggest articles summarizing language learning apps, they reference themselves. So they link to all of their other articles. And they consciously decided, or it didn't come across their mind that they're writing an article in 2024 and they link an article from 2023 that people would care about that. And you know what? People don't care about it. Apparently, because in my opinion, I think it's egregious. It will give people the wrong idea. But since that article is still up and, you know, it's still the top hit on Google, and their company or whatever they're writing for is still like one of the major sources on opinions and whatnot, then I like to think that most people didn't find it important. Which is funny because the jab they made is a low-hanging fruit. It's a low-effort jab. And it's to the point where I guess they can't be sued for defamation and misrepresentation of product because technically what they said was true back in 2023. It was like that. But how much of that article is destroying a product unintentionally? You might be thinking, well, you know, they're making millions of dollars and all that stuff. So like, that's great. What if it's your product? Like, for example, you decided, I want to release this product, but I also want feedback and I'm gonna, you know, release a demo. And then this person was like, this person reviewed the game based on your demo. And they decide they're never gonna play your game again because the demo was shoddy. Now, because of that, from then on, they will constantly reference their own demo review as an example of why they didn't list your product as a competitor to other existing products. And of course, the cynic, being my worst critic, I would say someone could argue, well, then don't release demos, or like don't release incomplete products. It's like, okay, that's fair. That is critiquing the developer. Nothing stops that writer from continuing to misrepresent unintentionally a game in a state that it no longer exists in, for example. or product it no longer exists in. That's professional integrity in two things. Yes, certainly the developer could release games only when they're ready to be released. That's a very common counter argument for having games that are outdated. When a game is released, it also gets updated as well. So when you have writers who do that, they don't even account for updates to the game, right? So it might not hurt you if, say, you only release a product when it's complete, but it does hurt the game when there's a very notable influence source of material that don't update their impressions, and they continue to write new articles using old data, right? It's crazy. I mean, if this doesn't sound ridiculous to you, then that's understandable, I suppose. I will chalk it up to me being too apprehensive about data reporting, right? It might not resonate with everyone because the stuff is like, nah, you know, it's not a big deal. Meanwhile, I sit here and take criticism from people who constantly say things that no longer exist. Actually, am I going to get 500 for this? Come on. Give me 500. Doesn't look like it. It's spinning because I don't think you can get more than one claim of this. What if I... Whoops. Very disappointing. Disappointing, but not expected. Not unexpected. I think due diligence in citing resources and citing sources and primary literature has fallen by the wayside for the most part. It's due to the lack of standardization, in my opinion. One of the consequences and contributing factors to this is the lack of standardization of professionalism, especially professional writing. So, why do I say this stuff then? To possibly inspire others when they make decisions, like very important decisions to them, important decisions that are important to them, to potentially keep in mind of these shortcomings, right? Or potential ways that you might be misled unintentionally. I rarely think that some gravity notion, I try not to be cynical about it, like, oh, that's just corporate greed or something, or these guys just want to publish like and hit top 10 things and whatnot. With all that said, at least in this case, it's about language learning, and they did do a whole spiel about, like, you know, if you're into language learning, I've tried all of them. Here's my take so that you can make great decisions and informed decisions. I wish you the best. And like, I genuinely think that's coming from an unintentional standpoint, right? Dedicating a lot of the space to being a good, an excellent source, an accountable source for references. I'm not describing any particular one. I've discovered in my last 3 weeks that at least 60% of them have some sort of citation concerns. At least 60% of them. I think the information is still consistent enough that you'll likely end up getting a similar impression with or without the impressions that considering the date of it. My potential overreaction to a very specific one is largely because I have a lot of personal detail or anecdotal detail about how they described the product when it was completely unfounded. Like comparing a recent product that they tested in like at the end of 2024 to a product they tested over 2 years ago, and then using it as a basis to do a meta-analysis on without considering that this is a meta-analysis is it invalidates nearly the entire article. Taking like professional criticism or being stringent, your paper, if you were to submit this as like a professional thing, would be retracted immediately, and probably a big hit to one's own credibility. Retracting a professionally published thing is incredibly damaging, especially when how long that paper's been out. So if you publish an article, how long that article's been out will influence and have multiplicative effects if it has a high impact factor, right? That means lots of people have used whatever you published as a way to inform everything that comes after. So technically, if that was a professional paper, you would be held liable for spreading disinformation, and that could lead to damages, right? Like someone based like a lot of their ongoing research on your research, knowing that it's reliable and all that, and they went down the wrong poop chute. And the downside of that is if it's not commercial, it's on you most of the time. Like what I mean is it's on the person who decided to trust the other person who didn't held accountable for their own research. Sounds like a nightmare scenario, but a couple of things have happened regularly. This stuff happens more often than I would like to admit, even at a professional way, and that's more there. That's human error more than incompetence or inexperience. Oftentimes it's like, oh well, we could have written it better per se or something like that. Crazy, I tell you. Wild. Start to wonder if anyone has done, if there's a YouTube channel out there who does proofread online resources. I imagine it wouldn't be too popular. What I mean is popular among other journalists, like other people, like knowing that there's a person out there that has taken it upon themselves to vet online resources and whatnot. In a way, a lot of content creators kind of serve as that. However, there isn't like a standardization, right? There's no enforcement or a quality control guy around. Like imagine if there was a quality control for people who do live streams. Yikes. There is a high chance I would have to like change standardizations and whatnot of my own in order to adhere to something. But here, professional writing is it's a different world we live in when it comes to getting information. I don't want to say it's because one is of lower quality or higher quality. I often think it's due to inexperience. And personally, the current generation did not grow up with the necessity to vet things on their own, largely due to the trust in automated processes. So when you do a Google search, who's liable for the credibility of the information that could inform someone that they should go to a doctor when your hand starts swelling up or something like that. I'm making it about health because that's kind of where I'm worried about. Oh, we're talking about language learning, so maybe I can get a pass, right? I make the consensus like most people. If the article helps you or encourages you to learn, then you're still learning, I guess. Provided that person isn't so ticked off that their expectations didn't meet reality when they found out that the article that they used was out of date, right? That's perfectly fine, I suppose. To some people, language learning is practically their life's blood, so there are going to be cases that's going to happen. However, maybe not this. Now my thought goes to fitness advice, nutritional advice online. Perhaps my naivety is suggesting that since fitness and health and like psychological mental health and stuff is very important, perhaps that whatever I'm observing when it comes to language learning doesn't necessarily impact things like that as much, you know, because sometimes importance weighs in people's due diligence. I'm trying not to be cynical about this. I can kind of imagine the theoretical cynic would say like, nah, it's quote unquote just as bad or something like that. I already have examples in my head of outdated dietary and fitness constraints and whatnot, because that's due to the reinforcement of conventional knowledge, right? Conventional knowledge which predicates on out-of-date information. I think the most recent one that I was talking about, I was trying to be a little bit more respectful in that case because it's still ongoing. It's the idea of what is actually doing the damage to your eyes when you're watching or reading or using your eyes, like for monitors and stuff. Like, what is the element that is damaging your eyes, like that type of thing. And conventional knowledge has a lot of ongoing theories. One is a very trending theory, right? Blue light and all that stuff. However, it's not without its very resilient echo chambers, because lately there's been quite a lot of development in this area. It's an active place of development, largely due to advertisements and businesses capitalizing on the initial financial potential profiting that can happen with that. Right. And a lot of that information is outdated. Here's another one, right? I think hats off to pretty much your viral favorite influencers who are well, they're not influencers, they're actually trained professionals. The people who are willing to stake their professional careers on their credibility. But the idea of organic foods, right? I'm not an expert in that, so my only thought is, as a consumer of this type of information, right, someone who consumes the information, as in I'm no different than someone else who's doing research on their own opinions or subjective takes on organic foods. Dating and writing and stuff, it's a real big thing. Like, how current, which one is the current up-to-date synthesis and meta-analyses of the things. Now, there is a silver lining to this. Sometimes there are really great, awesome timeless research that stand the test of time and gets challenged over and over again, and it's vigorously reaffirmed, for sure. You have to understand that it still encompasses that. Basically, you have to know that that theorem and stuff have to be challenged again and again to see if it's still accurate. So it still, in my opinion, goes back to knowing if your predilections are still current. Definitely something worth considering, right? I think usually I make that MSG remark most of the time, because while food arguably tastes better or not better or whatever is up to subjective consequences and stuff, there's a difference between spreading misinformation because of your personal taste and principles versus acknowledging that there's no substantial evidence for something and still say subjectively, I think foods with these don't like taste better and whatnot, because that's still accurate. What was another one? Oh yeah, one that I would say in the fitness thing is the misconception between how one builds hypertrophy and endurance, like the interaction between hypertrophy and endurance. That's a wild one. A discussion for another day, possibly. I don't think I've had many people who are interested in their own personal interactions and understanding of the concept behind like the difference between mass, the relationship between muscular strength and mass, and then how does that deal with endurance training and progressive overload, right? And how muscular adaptation works due to an overload situation, right? It's a compensatory response of growing strength due to an overload process. Endurance is another faculty of overload, but it's not quite equivalent and generalized to strength, per se. It's a really interesting topic. It's kind of one of my hobbies. I don't know how I can make it related to video games, and didn't quite find a clever way to involve fitness and health with video games and language learning yet, or cooking for that matter. What a time we live in for information. What a time. You start to wonder, is there too much information? That's a rhetoric. I'm sure we'll have tons of opportunities to engage in that particular discussion. Is there too much information? And then there's the idea of like the quality of information, the vetting of information. I have to remind myself how I came about this topic. And it's largely going to be about tomorrow's topic. Like, how did I come to this decision, right? Decision making is often predicated on a bit of your own perceptions of your value. So I have to be able to express that in a way that's relatable to others so that I can be held accountable for what I'm saying. And then where and how I acquired such information or sharing of such information. Oh, wait. Oh, hijinks is already done on this guy. Nice. Where's the curator at all? So this guy's already done because I went a different route. Okay. All right. So there's our third character. Is this gonna be an infinite loop of death? Oh no, it didn't. It just did nothing. That's all. Right? Yep. 0 bars. Kind of a cheeky, maybe overlooked. I don't think it's cheeky per se, like intentionally, but I think it's an overlooked error in this module where they don't have the replacements like this. They didn't replace these icons because or make note that these are one-time redemptions between characters. So you don't, hopefully no one gets upset, like there's no appreciable upsetness regarding that. Where someone's like, oh yeah, you know, I can run multiple characters through this and I get this stuff. I know, you only get it once. At least nowhere that I can see that defines it clearly. Yeah, no. And I don't even know what the 8th... It's probably a boon point. It's probably a boon point. Alright. Now it's the time. We're gonna squeeze in like maybe 1 or 2 dungeon runs. This is what I do typically. This is my typical routine. I log in. I do my login stuff. Login claims. I sit here. I look at PE chat to see if there are any brave souls. Usually I queue for RTQ and RDQ strictly to fill the role bonus. And then if by coincidence someone's looking for someone, I like to come group. We'll give it until 9:45 local time. The timer's up here. Meanwhile, light snack. Okay. It looks like we'll do some healing. Random queue. Let's see what we get. Oh. We're missing a tank. Okay. Yeah, we'll just let it go. Bye. Give it 10 queues up. right. Let's see what we haven't stored. My guess, Malbog's Castle. Oh, I haven't gotten Temple of the Spider in a while. Oh no. No Karin Docks. No Karin Docks. I would settle for a Grey Wolf's Den or a Never. Sure. Or Fanbreaker, I suppose. Ideally, Valindra or Lair of Lasma. Ideally. This is from like a time perspective. I can like get back into PE quickly and see if anyone wants to do a Sanctum or something. I think there's gonna be a lockbox drop. A new lockbox. Before, maybe it might drop on week 10. We could open some lockboxes if that happens. It might be the week after. I don't know. Usually there are 2 lockboxes, but it seems like the next lockbox has an extended rotation. Oh, it's Fanbreaker, okay. 3 wizards. Hit the first thing they see. Alright. We just chill. The tank's missing, of course. I think more maybe this is a coincidence, obviously. But it might not be a coincidence. When it comes to randomly queuing, right, through the queue system, so this would most definitely imply the vast majority of the vast majority of the groups usually have like some sort of inexperience or something, or maybe like a reason to self-select themselves into a random queue situation, right? So with that all kept in mind, of all the roles that are last to load in and also like be inactive, the tank role is actually the longest. Now, maybe there's a programming explainer for this, you know? Maybe the tank tends to be the last person to queue in, and perhaps there's a weird reason, like the servers prioritize whoever queues in the order they accepted, or maybe there's an explainer to this, you know, a technical explainer to this. However, more often than not, the character that DCs and or AFKs or loads in last is the tank. Like statistically, probably for me, anecdotally, statistically more frequently than the other roles. And this is even taking into consideration there are 3 pain givers. Obviously, I have very little data on healing, because largely healing is the last role. It's the most consistent role bonus. Although tanks is rivaling that at this point. And if you're thinking, well, okay, so it's a coincidence, right? No, then the healer is the most frequent to DC and not be present at the beginning of a dungeon, which happens to be the other role that is frequently last queued. Don't know. It's a funny observation with obviously not enough data to actually know if it has anything to do with maybe the queuing system or the type of person, the type of people, the hardware, frequency, you know. Yep, that's what happens when you use forehead strats. They just stand over there, and I think I'm just gonna chill here. It's fine. They'll take care of it until that guy jumps up again, and then it's gonna land on me, probably. Oh no, it didn't. Interesting. Oh, it flipped back up from the poison things. Okay, that's fine. I don't think that void space is intentional, obviously, but echo chamber. People do it. People do it. It works. Is the tank gonna join them? Okay, that's fine. Don't skin off my back. I want the guy to land in the field, like here. Because it's kind of annoying when they just plop off the cliff every once in a while because of clipping. Like, the platforming clipping. Every once in a while. Or standing over there and then getting knocked off because of, working the reticle. See? That guy lost track of the boss, thought the boss is dead, and then off the cliff they go because they need to enter. They could have just stand in that spot, but that's okay. Very uneventful, largely because you see this behavior all the time when you're doing random solos. Now we wait. Okay. You know what they say about perception and awareness. All right. I still have my hopes held out for the Moonlighter Dread Sanctum or Imperial Citadel group that's like, you know what? It's like in the nosebleed section. Let's see if we can find 5 people who would want to do a dungeon run of that nature. Unlikely. That would be fun if it did happen. Okay. Functional jumping. One of the few times you'll catch me jumping. Although I have to admit, there's a lot of jumping in Sanctum, though. Okay. This is where you play the roulette, and not in this boss, but in the next boss. Right about this time is where you gauge: are they gonna hit the last boss, which is coming up? Not this one, but hit the boss so hard that everyone takes it down, and then you want to take a gamble at who is gonna be the one that decides to scroll, right? In order to like complete the dungeon. Right. It's I would say the statistics when it comes to solo queuing using the matchmaking system, it's like a 70% chance that the pain givers are gonna slap the final boss so hard that everyone dies. And then it's a pain giver that actually does the scrolling. So we'll see if the statistic holds up. It's more likely everyone's gonna get downed, and I don't have to do anything. I mean, even if I died, they would clear the boss, the healer, or the tank, whichever role it is. It's typically happens most of the time. How often do the DPS have so much damage that they one cycle kill the boss before the boss is able to do that attack? It happens a couple times actually. For a random queue. We're not talking about like a constructed queue or a LFG group. We're talking about these type of group, like random queue. The boss got gibbed before it happened a couple, like 1 or 2 times out of like hundreds of runs, of course, but it's possible. And the curves could be so high eventually it might become more and more consistent. To gib the boss before it like takes you down involves coordination to some extent, so even if your gear goes really high, it's still not sufficient to reliably get the boss before the thing. Usually it's a coincidence that everyone's rotation lined up. So like, for example, if all 3 of these wizards just happen to have the same rotation, and they rotate it into the boss's phasing when the boss does that attack, then the boss could be gibbed. That's a lot of ifs, right? Tons of ifs, and usually that doesn't happen in random queues, not LFG nor like alliance or pre-made groups. So let's find out. Looking at the distribution, not a chance in the world. Because there's basically one person who knows. And if that person... Actually, there's a chance this might be the other 30%. Only one person has to stop attacking. Which is this guy. Because they make up a large majority of the DPS. So if they don't DPS, then there'll be enough time for the pillars to be spawned. So let's find out. You know, make it a little tiny game, if you will. This is like the extra fun entertainment game. Taking bets with myself. After many years of observing behavior in this game. This particular observation hasn't really changed too much. Not too significantly. So nearly insured. No, come on. Nearly insured as long as what's his name? Oh. Nice. Safety is insured if Momanga does not attack. If Momanga stands there, then we're good. If they don't, then one of them is gonna scroll. Let's find out. Don't kill her too fast. That's being said by the tank. So the tank, usually the support player is the one. The other support player says something. It looks like, nope, Momo is attacking. Yep, and Momo used the artifact. So there's still a chance, 30% chance that, oh no, we're done. I didn't realize you could freeze her. No. Okay, Momo is not attacking anymore. It's fine. Momo is hopping around. There it is. All right. Yeah, you could see that the player stopped right before. So yeah, not bad. This is bad. I think I'm gonna get killed here because of line sight. No, okay, that's fine. Yep. There you go. The dude knew when to stop, and that's about it. Neat. Someone in there? No. That's as exciting as it gets, folks. Don't know what to tell you. And then the tank said, "Good job. Thank you." Can you get a little bit more than that? Yes. Thank you. Okay. All right. So next one. We'll give it till 10:05. And then we'll queue in an RTQ. We don't. And then call it a day. No. In all of that time, only one person spoke, so there is a DPS that's looking for Dread Sanctum. I don't see a healer nor a tank at the moment. Alright. Looks like we're queuing up as a tank. It's probably the same group. There's one RTQ group that was looking for a tank. And very low activity, right? Late in the day. Let's see if we can find that person in this queue group. A cool name though. Katsumi. Do I know an anime character named Katsumi? Hmm. Yeah, it didn't take very long today. We had our activities available to us. Ugh. The groan. Oh no. Maybe it's a different group. Oh no. It is the same group. There's Katsumi. If I had to guess, rogue? No, it's a wizard. Interesting. Yeah, they were looking for a tank. I'm like, they're probably already queued since no one responded. Or like, there's not a lot of activity, so not a high chance that someone responded. I just queued into them. Only people asking. Let's take an appreciation for this picture. Classical city overlooking the ocean. No, I didn't clearly read what Valentine said earlier about a whole new world of viewing the world from entirely different cultures, so I might be inclined to call that metal as heck. Indeed. Owie. Don't mind those visual. don't mind those well documented visual oddities with the healer mob. Huh. I saw a proc that I haven't seen in a while. Something with Death Strike in the name. Should I do it? I most certainly am. I don't know why I said am. I most certainly would. Nah, they're fine. Wait. Did someone actually go up here? Oh. That's intriguing. Okay. Oh, I see someone releasing lanterns. Cute. Very cute. Okay. Just gonna stand over here. Ganbatte. Oh, you little butthead. Ouchie.
And that guy generates zero threat. Oink. Huh. I don't want. I wonder which artifact makes that. Image or like that visual effect. That kind of reminds me of the Tiamat thing. Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad separator. Looking for 3 DPS advance. Dread Sanctum final boss. Dang. Shame I can't ping give in this guy. They lost all their pain givers. Interesting. I wonder why that's the case. Hooray! Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'll give it one more opportunity. Let's wait till 10:23? 10:23 and we'll head off. Looking for 2 DPS. Oh. That's fine.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good place to stop. I don't have a DPS equipped. Do not get one shot by demo. That's kind of required for the final boss. Alright. Alright, folks. It was a pleasure, as always. Got a little bit more feisty today. You know, pay attention. Usually comments about doing research, right? There are protocols in place and behavioral practices, very normalized behavioral practices and attention to detail when it comes to doing research. And time is a very prominent aspect of that, especially nowadays when you're evaluating. Am I here for the end of the stream for the first time? Oh yeah, you are if you're still here, Valentine. Yeah, today's a shorter day. Tomorrow I'll be showcasing my companion for WaniKani, and we'll revisit a lot of the topics that are shown. Tomorrow will be also a truncated day. No, you know what? We're gonna slide in WaniKani in front and then afterwards. Yeah, it's very important. I'm not sure how often people take into account time anymore, considering that a lot of times when I get asked for questions or they tell me something, my first response is, so when did you play? When did you read this? When was the thing published? Right? I'm excited to see what it is. I don't have any premature guesses. Oh, really? It was mentioned a couple of times, and that's what made me change my as a little tease for tomorrow. Someone told me this a long time ago. Actually, I thought about it for 4 months ago, and before that, WaniKani was 2 months ago. Like 2 months before that, it was 6 months ago. Someone mentioned that. And to this day, when I started WaniKani, that discussion came back double. So now, instead of evaluating one product that does that, we'll try to evaluate 2 products, right? And evaluate in the sense of, let's see how it's done. And these are, I think, WaniKani and this other thing will probably be the thing that I'm going to hold on to for the rest of the project. And then the rest is going to be immersion stuff. So LLMs and video games. I think all the things I was doing when I was like researching and stuff, like there's a hole. Like there's a specific hole in both Chinese and Japanese language learning that I needed to fill. So it is very related and it will be interesting. Yep. Anyways, or at least it'll be interesting to see what happens. So for now, yeah, the main message today, for the most part, that links all the core of my topic that I'm going to talk about tomorrow, is evaluating things and making decision making, and largely finding connections and creating converging evidence on developers' confidence. Right? Neverwinter is very relevant to that. A developer's confidence is how you see a project into the future. Predicating on expectations and empty promises and or echo chamber of stuff that's outdated, that factors into whether you want to stick with the product or not. Like, what do I have to lose if Neverwinter closes down tomorrow? That how you feel and your emotional attachments to it comes with expectations and understanding of perception of time and investment and the developers, right? So more on that tomorrow. For now, this is the end of week 8. We have 2 more weeks left. I'll more aggressively bring a topic to talk about for the next 2, largely to fill in the meditative way
this game becomes. Today is business as usual. I don't think there are any. Usually there are no surprises. There hasn't been a surprise. The developers do not necessarily have a track record to increase the load to the end of the week. Usually they front load the first 4 weeks, and then if something trickles down, it is usually dealing with currency and whatnot. So 5, as usual, business as usual, not worse, not more. Consistent. I eat it, and I'll eat it again. That kind of thing, right? Like, it's rice. It's rice. It goes with all the other things that I eat, vegetables, dishes. That's like the language learning and all that right now, right? All right, folks. Hopefully everyone is having their wonderful start. This is technically the end of the official 7 days, the week of the first New Year's. And I hope everyone they're acclimated back into their routines. For those who are returning after the New Year's classes, I think I heard for the most part, all the people that I know have either started their classes again or are already done prepping to start their new classes. And it's a bright world. Keep cozy if you're in a cold place. There's a winter storm right now here, so it's like really cold and it snowed. Bundle up, stay safe, stay healthy, guys. Make wonderful, educated decisions. Don't try not to be afraid of starting new things. I think having at least a few things you start here and there for a month, that's wonderful to desensitize or normalize things that you would consider to look for. Experiencing temporary things are another facet of life, right? There are permanent things and then temporary things. Wishing everything is permanent, it can be it can be achievable. However, when other things suddenly become temporary, it can be very tough. So go out there, try new things on the bedrock of your permanent things. And I'll catch you guys on the next one, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. Bye bye now.